molecules quite a bit. I'm very tired after yesterday's DDR. But hey, DDR is great for people that struggle to sleep, right? You'll sleep like the dead after a session like that. I know I certainly did. Getting out of bed was a tall order today. But I'm out, and nothing greets me quite as well as seeing a whole load of Dominion 6 up for grabs. Up for crabs, perhaps, because we are playing as the voted-on nation Atlaro. They're crab people. We're going to go around lightning fast with our pincers and tridents and blend the world. I've got a map at the ready. It's a fully wraparound map of about, 150 or so provinces. Stands to reason we can put in all the interesting nations that we saw the other day and have a big old free-for-all. All of them? Most of them, I suppose. Everything is relatively connected except for a few small islands, so nobody is going to be safe, only safer. Underground will be random, and our game name will of course be Atlaro Crabs. Just something to help me remember which save is which. I keep a lot of Dominion 6 saves, but I don't think I ever go back to them. Because by the time there have been updates and mod changes, they're never going to load again, but you know how it is. Sometimes it's nice to just keep old saves. I've got a lot of games where I've got relatively well-completed old saves that I do like to fire up and just admire every now and then. Does that sound incredibly nerdy? Well, probably. So here's our nation. If you somehow missed out on the 4-hour stream of doing nothing but theory crafting nations, here's who we are. Fairly uniform-looking nation with a few oddities. We are Crustaceans, and that means that our guys, even the guys who are just wandering around in robes, have incredible inherent protection. But it comes at a cost, of course. There's going to be resource and recruitment costs up the wazoo for a lot of our recruitables. As for magical access, we've got water, earth, blood, random chance of glamour, although I'm not very keen, well, I'm not very well versed in glamour. We also, for some reason, have some Hobbergs. They're not very appealing, but we're going to have to make do with them because our only research mage, really, is a fairly expensive and easily killable Hobberg here. Really easy to kill. 5 hit points, 2 protection. This guy dies if you sneeze on him. This guy's got some blood access. I don't think we'll be doing blood things. It's quite unusual for me to want to do blood things. And then there's this guy, our big chieftain for combat maging. Good chance of getting Earth 3, but magic is going to be difficult to use and branch out of. I'm going to have to think hard about it. To make life even worse, he is old as balls, so this guy will get diseased and die. He's going to be hard to make use of then. Even his map move is really low, so I'm in a bit of a pickle for magic on this nation. We're really going to hope that we found some good indie mages, like a Sacred Nature Woodhenge Druid, I think they're called. Those would be great to find. Otherwise, we've got some good leadership going here with the Marsh Champion, and they're clever enough to wear armor. Although you do leadership stuff as well, Lieutenant. It's all about the Marsh Champion around here. The Chieftain for some sneaking about. And we also have a Spy. Hang on, the Chieftain is recruit point 1. The Spy is recruit point 2. Well, that makes life easier. We're going to be ignoring most of our regular units, I think. There's not a lot of reason to recruit these guys. Except maybe this guy with this length 4 Yari. That's kind of cool. But this guy right here, he is going to be our workhorse, the Translucent Exemplar. He is ethereal out of the gate. That's massive, because that ignores 3 out of every 4 hits, as long as they're non-magical. And his protection is through the roof, thanks to a meteorite curse on top of his already impressive crabby armor. He is sacred, so he will take our bless. He's just really, really good. 2 attacks as well. Size 5 means 2 to a square. He outclasses every other regular troop. There's got to be a catch to that, and there is. He can only be recruited in the capital, and at recruitment point cost 41, we won't be able to crank out a lot of them, so they're going to have to count really hard. What we can crank out everywhere is the Hallberg Champion on the Mosquito. He's got a surprisingly good 17 protection, 16 defense skill. He's essentially a mounted knight. He just doesn't hit as hard as a knight. He doesn't stay as long as a knight. And, well, the mechanized mosquito bite. I'm not convinced this is going to do much because the damage is... Hold on a second. I thought this only did fatigue damage, but no, it actually does armor-piercing damage, and the extra effect is fatigue damage. You might not be so bad, my mechanical mosquito friends. Armor piercing is good. Definitely want to make some use of these guys, even if they might be a bit expensive to use. I don't think I want midgets with morning stars, although 20 protection. There is stuff to consider with this nation for sure. This guy's actually probably going to be leading troops quite a bit, especially early on. I'm going to need priests to bless, and that's my only priest. Yeah, you're the only person that can bless my troops, and I need a lot of people blessing. So the senior Hierophant is going to be putting in a lot of work for us as well. Anyway, the point is, Atlaro is our nation, and we're going to be playing against a lot of AIs. I think this nation is powerful, maybe even too powerful. So we're going to be fighting against master AIs. I never put it to impossible. The AI just gets silly on impossible because they get functionally unlimited resources. But who are we going to be fighting against? Let's just go from top to bottom, shall we? Zishtod. Yes, top to bottom. Which one was Zishtod? Oh, that's bottom to top, isn't it? The Bamboo Circle. We're going to fight Avites with Nature and Blood with Death access, because they've got this cool guy, the Flower Vindicator on the Great Bear. He would be a fun thing to fight against. We will also fight against Ithsus. Old Men and Lizard Flanks. I was really interested in Ithsus, but I guess some people thought this was a bit too vanilla. But come on. Look at these old guys. Wait, there was a more impressive old guy, wasn't there? Yeah, here we go. Old Man Triarius. I like the look of this guy a lot. And I do think we're going to play as these guys. There are a lot of nations here that I want to play as. Who's next up? I don't think I want to play against unremarkable Kelians. Expansion Centaurs with Death in. Check them out as well. Oh yeah. I wonder which troops the AI is going to use for them, but we'll shove in Dithin as well. Oh yeah, Mailse looked really cool. Mailse is next up. Now we might not actually encounter all of these nations because they might end up killing each other before we get to them, but that's all part of the fun, isn't it? Emut, I want to see those Abyssians. And I will throw in Tula and Gomder as well. Tula. Yeah, these were the cave whites. They look so cool. The cavern whites. Imagine this guy coming at you. He's twice the size of a normal human. His own... looks like his ribcage is exposed. That's his cuirass. He's got flesh dripping off of him. He's undead. And he's brandishing a glaive that's bigger than you are. This guy's so cool, man. I want to play as him. He's even got massive dark power. That means he's actually incredibly hard to hit, as long as it's dark. And they have death access, so they can do that. God, those guys are cool. And then finally, we're going to put in those freaks, the Gomder freaks. Where is Gomder? Here you are, disciples of the Indigogos. You don't really get an idea of what they're going to be making because it's got placeholders for what comes out, but it's going to be freak shows. Freak shows like this thing. Inexperienced officer, skilled in pragmatic matters. Looks like he's got pincers for arms, a goat leg, a fish leg, a ram head. Very cool, but you're going in there, Gomder. So fighting against 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 AIs on this map, that should keep us on our toes. As for the AI type, we're going to go standard for all of them. I used to go random, but now I think if an AI is on defensive, they don't expand much and can just die in the cradle. We saw that happen before. I do actually want my AIs to fight against me, not just be there waiting to be choked out. Alright, let's go. We already designed our god, so hopefully I can remember what it was. It was the Oracle, because I want that water access. I need to pump up the water quite a lot. I think it was at 9, with Blood and Glamour at 4, because we're taking the Quickness Bless. Not a bless I take often, because it is eye-wateringly expensive. At 9 water, 9 bless points, it requires magic scales. Oh, that's a lot. But quickness covers a lot of weaknesses that you might have. It doubles your attack output per character, as long as they're blessed, and it improves defense and attack skill. If you can make use of all of that, then it's a good bless, and we certainly can. These guys' attack skill isn't very good, their defense skill is even worse. And they're 2 to a square with 2 attacks. That's okay, 4 attacks a square is standard-ish. But 8 attacks in a square, oh yeah. Yeah, we want that. So the Translucent Exemplar will make enormous use of quickness. Incarnate only means it's only going to be active if our god is awake and alive. So I don't want the god imprisoned. Dormant god was fine, the god will awaken between 8 and 15 or 16 turns, that's okay. You made a screenshot, not a problem. I made a screenshot in my mind. And my mind says that we took heroism, I'd like more heroism, but we can't afford it, and blood surge. That uses all of our bless effects. Heroism, I think, might be a lot better than it costs here. 35% more experience. The better your troops gain experience, the quicker they are to raise their attack and defense skill, which is the main thing I want out of them. And that's going to be really good for those sacreds, of which we use many. And the blood surge. Thanks to quickness, they're going to be much better at landing kills. And that means that when they get the kill, they become even better at attack, strength, and defense. That's all good. They make use of all of that. What are we having for our scales? I definitely need some order. And I think I wanted a bit of productivity. We didn't mind it being cold, or did we want it hot? Hot or cold? This is where I should have kept the screenshot. Hot 2 or cold 2? You have 2 more glamour points, 3 more glamour points, no? In Dominion 6, as opposed to 5, all the points are thrown together. So, hang on, I just had a thought. Can't you take a... You can take one of these even if you don't have the points for it. Don't have the magic access for it, can't you? Ooh, yeah, you know what? I could actually lower my water considerably. Ooh, that spares me a scale. Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm glad you brought that up. What I was saying was that all the bless points get lumped together, so if I take points in fire, that gives me magical bless. Gives me bless points. But it doesn't have to be used on fire. I could add more on glamour here. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a redesign because we just bought ourselves enough points for a bit of scale. I could make it less cold, or I could get rid of misfortune. I might get rid of misfortune. Misfortune is bad. Bad events are bad. Who would have thought? Although we could give ourselves a point of scale, a point of growth. I like the idea of getting a point of growth because growth is good. Do I have a better explanation than that? Growth is scaling. The more you grow, the more you grow. Because you get compounding interest on the growth up to a point. There becomes a point where a province is so grown that it doesn't grow anymore. Why do you need 9 water to add quickness? In Dominions 5, this was a prerequisite, the 9 water. But I made a mistake a mere minute ago by saying that because I forgot in Dom 6 it doesn't check for that. In Dom 6 it just cares that you have the total points. Okay, that's good. That's even tighter because there are fewer points wasted. Who wants to be our god, by the way? Who feels an affinity towards crustaceans and yet also feels that their ultimate persona lies in being a water fountain? That will sit in our capital unable to ever move. This thing can't move even with teleportation. But it's going to sit there and be very hard to kill whilst chanting magics. I require a pretender with at least 9 water, it says, really? Is that true? Am I wrong? Oh, damn, okay. Well, I've just made the mistake again. That's not the case. Damn, I thought it was. Oh, well, guess we're not getting that growth. Unless I do really want that growth. Yeah, well spotted. Guess I don't know the rules myself. But that stands to reason, because this game is hard to learn, for sure. Alright, let's go for it then. I don't think this is going to be Ashley Graham, though. Yeah, fountain god. Some people don't like statues as gods because they find them boring, and they're not wrong. It's much more exciting to have a god that you can clad in armor, give them extra arms, and have them go around on a warpath. But it's very risky and very nuanced. Mr. Fontaine! Why not use your glamour bless points? Oh, we did. The bless points can be used on whatever, though. Alright, you know what? Let's go with that. Mr. Fontaine. Is that from something? I don't recognize the name, but it sounds like fountains. That's good enough for me. All praise, Fontaine. How do we set things up? Well, first of all, no cataclysm, please. Thrones of Ascension. Oh god, what do we have? We've got 150 or so provinces. Let's imagine one per 10 provinces, so I want 15? That's a lot of thrones, man. How about 7, 6, that's 13. I like having got 3 level 3s. We'll drop this down to 653. That sounds good enough. That's 25 points. Victory will be when you grab 18 points of them. That is a lot, though. This is going to be a big game. I've got all of today and tomorrow for it, but I somewhat think that might not be enough. Oh, wait, crap. I didn't mean to start. We've got to do it again. I forgot to set the other page. Oh, boy. Yeah, this game does not like you going back in a menu. Okay, don't worry. I'm sure we can redo all that really quickly. You numpty me, young. Alright, what is this? Atlaro Crabs. And it'll say, you've already got this name. That's fine. Master AIs. With standard AI type, we play as Atlaro. We fight against, oh god, here we go, Zishdod and Ithsus and Deathin. Milsey. Where are you at, Milsey? There you are. And we are at Atlaro. I want to fight Emut. Who was Emut again? Oh yeah, the Abyssians. And then the last two I wanted were Tula and Gomder. Tula and Gomder. Too used to Dominions 5 in that previous menu where you just click through to the next one. But in this one it's not the case. Alright, but we remember this. It's you with 9 water, not 10, 4 and 4. With quickness, which I can't select until I have magic. Quickness. Blood Surge, this is what I get for not saving it. Heroism. 5, 2, 1, -2, 0, -1, 1. Dormant. And maybe I should save them this time. Control S to save. Mr. Fontaine. Not Fortain. Very good. And now, don't hit OK. Don't hit OK. What did I say? 18 or so? No cataclysm. 6, 5, 3. Very good. I just about went down to OK again. Right, what else are we doing here? Fine, fine. Score drafts are okay. Diplomacy is off? Yeah, diplomacy is overpowered, so I don't think they do AI between themselves anyway. Keep diplomacy binding, but we're not going to be using it. Maximum Hall of Fames. Maximum enchantments. Wow, that's a lot of them. Might end up getting a lot of them in this run. Limited unique artifact forging? Nah. Limited legendary spell? Yes. Human AI level? That doesn't matter because we won't be that. Standard research? No. Easy research. Very easy? Easy research. Random starting research renaming is allowed. Cheat prevention is disabled. Don't know when we'd ever need that, but that's okay. We're not playing multiplayer here. You're saying diplomacy is not an option. Oh, let's not get into that game. Right, now we can start. Did I up my candles to 4 when I made that, to 5? Did I make that god? Oh well, never mind. In the beginning, there was chaos, but the wheel is turned once again. The last time we won, our god became supremely almighty. He was the only one with power. He decided the fate of everything. But then he got bored, and he went off to play World of Warcraft in the Nexus. And now, without the former Pantocrator, there is yet another Ascension War. They still have that line there, now begins the Ascension War. That was the title of the previous game. Okay, so this is our starting position. Get used to it, because if we get pinned down early, we're going to be seeing a lot of this. There are good things and there are bad things about what we see in this immediate situation. The first off is that we have really nasty wasteland on our border. That's not good. You want your provinces next to your capital to be as rich as possible, because you need all of the resources into your capital to crank out your super good sacred troops. And it looks like that's not an option for us. Otherwise, it's fairly standard plains, mountains around us. But what's pretty good is we have access to water. Our crustaceans are naturally gifted at being underwater, so expansion into the water to claim a lot of these resources as our own is absolutely okay. This could be a problem. The Mines of Fortune crank out right next to our capital, so it's possible that a threat from underground could pop out and have their way with us. Those cavern wights, in particular, with their darkness power, could sit here almost untouchable to my crab people. Can you terraform provinces? Kind of. If your magical god powers excel in a certain way, you can terraform provinces. For example, if your god is all about massive heat scales, you could dry out provinces into wastelands. Or if you have massive growth scales on your gods, you can turn places into rich forests, which can be good or bad. You can have a nice farmland. Farmland provinces are amazing for income and population and recruitment points, but not so good for resources. Transforming it into a forest could be good or bad for you. Anyway, what are we doing? We're going to look at what we start with. We've got Pi 555. They're our lieutenant. They're inspirational. They're not a bad leader per se. The problem is that just in terms of having a leader, we have better. We've got a Marsh champion. I don't particularly need a prophet, but the sooner you have one, the better. One idea is to make one of these Marsh champions, turn him into a prophet, and have him lead our initial armies. But what I'm thinking is we might be able to expand better by using the senior Hierophant, because he can bless, and then have him lead small detachments of maybe 3 or 5 translucent exemplars to take the provinces. I don't know if that'll be enough. The problem, perhaps, is that Senior Hierophant here is not ethereal himself, and he has lower protection than these guys, so he could easily die. But he's very expensive. I don't want to have him just to add to an existing army. The thing is, of course, I have not practiced expanding with this nation, so I don't know how it's going to go. But these translucent exemplars are really good. I can't quite get 4 and one of my Senior Hierophants, but the sooner you expand, the better. So maybe we make 4 of you, I turn Pi 555 into my prophet, and then next turn we can start expanding already. We've got Denol Delini, the spy. I want to know more, but where do I want to know more? I could go straight into the water and see where this leads, or I could head on out and see what's beyond. I want to see what's beyond Sen's fortress first and foremost. The money is already being spent. Is there anything I'd want to buy? I wouldn't mind having a mage already. Get started on the research and have the ability to craft some gear. Because if I do go out with Senior Hierophants, because they're not intangible, I would quite like them to have some black steel armor, so that they can actually tank a few more hits. There's nothing wrong with 16 protection, but there's a whole lot right with 25 protection, or whatever I'd get from steel armor. So what do we have in terms of research? What is research again? It's F5. Would you look at that? We already have construction 2. That's cool. Taking magical scales gives you a bit more of a bump up in terms of research. Having construction 2 means we can already make trinkets, and that means we can make that black steel armor immediately. So I think it is a good idea to just send out the priests together with my expansion party. So my expansion party will be a priest, and between 3 and 5 ethereal blenders. That's the idea, at least. I'm not really familiar with this game. How important are those early turns? Do they make or break your game? You ever played Civilization? How does Civilization go when your expansion party dies? It's an uphill struggle, isn't it? And it's very similar here. Right, what magic am I even considering here? Consider my accesses here. Do the Dutch have a spell to raise the land from the sea? Yeah, well, I don't think the AI will be making use of that. Oh, but what if they do? Celestial Servants, Cave Grubs, Ogres. I'm going to want my Earth Gems for making armor for my priests, I think. So I don't really want to be considering this so much. But what can I do? There are certainly Earth Evocations that could be used in battle. I don't have my usual rush for Gift of Health here because I don't have nature access. Hard to think what's really worth my time around here. I tell you what, our troops are going to be garbage at sieging. So I would like to be able to make magical weapons that can destroy walls. So that means I think my main priority right now is to make the Gate Cleaver. Now, what is the Gate Cleaver? I know it's an earth weapon, but what research is needed? What level is it? That is where this thing that doesn't sponsor me, the Dominion 6 Mod Inspector, comes in. I want to find an item. I want to find the Gate Cleaver. Here it is. It is a Earth 3 Construction 7 item. That's pretty high up there, Construction 7. But it might still be the best thing to go towards, because this thing is Siege Bonus 100, and that's really good. 15 to Forge, needs Earth 3 access. That's a pretty one-track minded thing to go for. It means I won't be able to pursue magic in other capacities, but I think that item is so important that it's worth focusing on massively. Every research level doubles in cost beyond the one before it, but I think that's worth going for. So I'm going to be relying on my troops a lot until I get that. Hopefully by the time I get that, I'll also have the magical inertia to be able to research other things quickly. But before then, I'm going to be very bad at sieging. Why do I say such a thing? My troops currently have siege strength 2.5 on my biggest, best troops, and I can't crank these things out wholesale. I could recruit a bunch of useless indie militia and just have them hang around for a siege, but that's quite expensive for not a lot of payoff. I'd rather just arm my commanders with gate cleavers and have them cleave open walls. That also solves supply issues, which could well be an issue if I do deploy my Hobart champions, because they are gluttonous. They eat a lot of supplies, and I do not have the magical paths to make extra supplies. So yes, our magical priority will be construction. Not what I normally prioritize, but we do inherently have the access to Earth, and it won't take long. We have more than a 1 in 4 chance that the Enraged Citadel gets Earth 3. Also, they're Earth boots, right? They're a booster. Yeah, Earth boots are a booster that I can get at level 5 construction, so it's not necessary to get the Enraged Citadel. I could just make some boots and give it to one of my midgets. Anyway, that's the plan. Did I mention there being much of a plan? Well, it's more of a strategy, but let's go. Can't ethereal units go through walls? Is sieging still relevant? Yes, because you cannot begin a siege until there is a breach, even if your ethereal units can just walk through the walls. This isn't old school EU4 or Bannerlord. I've been doing plenty of breachless sieges in Bannerlord, and my troops just have to eat it. Anyway, the other people are up to no good. Dark Young the General shall be the prophet of Bandana Waddledee, King of Frost, the Prince of the Fishermen, the ruler of the ocean's surface. That's funny, they proclaim ownership of the ocean's surface, because we are going to own the surface below. Atlaro, that's us of course, Pi555, the Drinker of Blood. Deathin is in for it. Ceres, the Axe Commander. They'll be the prophet of Freihitz Kampfer, author and finisher of our faith. And what about Zishtod, Darko? They're the Falcon Commander, and they're going to be the prophet of the High Praetor, the invincible and ever triumphant. You haven't seen my Xenonauts. Okay, so after the first turn, you will see what's adjacent to you. That lets you pick out what might be an easy target, like this place. Light infantry, heavy infantry, militia. I could march into Loch El, take it no problem. It's got nice income, so-so resources, nice recruitment points. I need so many recruitment points. But Sardinia is nice as well. It's just significantly more beefy. Now, here we go. Horse Tribe Cavalry are in Sen's Fortress. That is pretty good for my guys to destroy, because with Ethereal, we'll ignore 75% of those arrows. And although they're piercing, they're not very strong, so I'm pretty sure our massive armor could handle that no problem. And Cerulean City is really full of loads of horse archers. Interesting. Also, Benefic is over there. It's got a throne. Is it a good throne or a bad throne? We won't know until we get there. Go and tell me about the Raccoon City Police Department. And Pi555, do you feel like expanding already? I think we could expand already. So let's see, these are the ethereal dudes. These are the non-ethereal dudes, but could we just have them go together? I don't want you being caught entirely unaware, so I'm going to have the non-ethereal dudes be your guard. I'm going to have you cast spells. And these guys are going to attack the closest as soon as they can. And it's very important that Pi555 opens up with casting Divine Blessing. Then they can do whatever. And this is me testing to see that even without quickness, can these translucent exemplars mulch an army, and how well can they do it? They'll still have Blood Surge, but they're not really going to be online, so to speak, until my God Awakens. So they're going to be a bit fragile for expansion. Even so, I have a bit of confidence that they can handle this. I'll get them into Sardinia, then Lochel, probably. Lochel is slightly better as a province. Sardinia has the resources, though. I don't think we're that resource-starved, are we? We are! Holy moly, okay, so I do want resources. That is funny to me. Constantly crank out as many translucent exemplars as possible, please. And... the problem is I can't quite get you in with everything as well, not least of all the cost. Yeah, 150 gold is more than I can muster. Interesting. What is a man to do in the face of such issues? Well, I'll have more gold income coming in pretty soon, and I could always team up with the translucent exemplars if I think this is going poorly. Anyway, Zaid Masani. It so happens that I already have loads of earth gems. Would you be so kind as to forge me black steel plate? 17 body protection, 4 extra hit points. This stuff is good for my priests. I could make black steel full plate. It's a lot more protection, but it's twice the cost. I'm pretty sure regular black steel plate will be fine for my priests. Because the priests aren't ethereal, I want to give them this added bit of insurance, and I'm not afraid of using my death gems for expansion. Hello, is it a multi-game? No, I play Dominion 6 solo. I've played multiplayer, but I like the lack of commitment that you get from a single-player game. And that goes for a lot of strategy games. Playing multiplayer can be a lot more fun, but there's always a balance of fun versus, God, this is a pain in the arse. Gotta find the right time. Oh, the other guy's gotta take his kids to school, or this guy's feeling sick, so he can't make it. Too much of that. But with this, I can play against the AIs, and I get a reasonable amount of fun out of it compared to multiplayer. Anyway, expansion is starting. We're going to Sardinia with our ethereal dudes. I have no reason to think that they won't be able to handle this, but I'm a little worried if they don't. That's going to be quite bad. Let's go. Yeah, the game does shine in multiplayer, but it's just too much investment for me. Okay, so if this fails, I'm in a lot of hot water because I'm fairly convinced that these guys are going to be blenders. If they're not, then I have to rethink a lot here because they're extremely expensive. I mean, holy crap, these guys cost a lot. But with 26 hit points, 22 protection, ethereal, I have no reason to think that these wimpy little humans can handle them. However, there is a catch, of course. If they ignore my units and go for my commander, then I'm in trouble. So look at that, all those attacks coming in and completely failing to affect these guys. Oh yeah, but the heavy infantry are going for the commander. That is bound to be a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, this is certainly a concern. Because I have no way of making bulky troops for this kind of situation. These guys should be blood surging though. Yeah, there we go. The blood surge is activated, meaning that further attacks are more likely to hit. Defense skill is lowered because of being harassed by all these people attacking them. But notice they're not taking any damage. Well, actually, you just took a ton of damage. Why is that? It's because you got shanked in the head by a spear, which rolled massive extra damage on you. Okay, now I'm starting to be a bit concerned because the heavy infantry, who are a bit stronger than those other light infantry, are coming to destroy my commander. If your commander dies, everybody runs away. However, I think this heavy infantry just realized how much they're getting decimated in the back and has decided to turn tail and run. Yeah, so this is a concern. My commander is too fragile like that. And because my units don't make a cohesive front line, we easily get mobbed even by small armies. Well, it's definitely a weakness to consider. Although this translucent exemplar got shanked in the head by a spear, he didn't actually get permanently injured by it. So he's going to be right as rain as soon as this battle is over. Worth noting that my guys are quite slow. Look at them very slowly move around. They can't even mulch down these retreating units quite as fast as I'd like them to. But we are victorious, and in the end it's like clearing Act 1 of Slay the Spire. As long as you clear the act, that's the right outcome. Good kill-to-death ratio by the translucent exemplars, which is to say infinitely. Even our lieutenant, the prophet, scored some kills through holy magic. Also, I was told there were 40 people, there were actually 66. Oh, and I need to have a word with my spies and scouts. This game was just on sale for, I think, 35% off, so it does go on sale. Right, trying to start making the senior Hierophant. I have some armor for him, right? Yeah, first piece of the magical item inventory. First of many, no doubt. Now, Pi, if you were able to handle that, surely you can handle it again over in Lochel. But let's mix things up a bit. I'm going to move you much further back. Divine Blessing has infinite range, so you can still do that from the back. Yeah, that should be okay. There is an idea to bring in reinforcements. Zaid has no leadership, though, so you couldn't lead them in here. I might have to bring these units together, actually. I don't like the idea of that, but... I really don't like the idea of that. They just feel very fragile with only 4 of those guys. I feel like things could go so wrong so quickly. Yeah, but at the same time, I would like to go over to Uncle Lubeck. Yeah, you know what? They're going to continue on. We will make peace with this situation. My further expansion parties, though, are going to contain 8. So they should be a bit stronger. It's just I won't have any... I know. I can advance and cast with the priest. Yes. Yes, I can do exactly that. Advance cast with the priest. Then he'll stay behind these guys. He'll stay closer to the thick of it. Yes, I've got random province names here. Well, random. I made a list of them and the game randomly picks them. The game does not normally have the Raccoon City Police Department, Shadow Ranch, and Estonia as provinces. But we make that happen around here, because I love custom names. Same with the names of our generals. Donald Delaney, the esteemed Nancy Drew character, is not naturally in the game. Right, Saeed, get back to researching. Every other turn, currently, you can crank me out a new piece of armor. And that's fine, because every other turn I can afford a Hierophant to bless my units. Also, if I just had more income, I'd be able to get another translucent exemplar. Almost 2 more. So actually, if I got this and the Lubeck province... Oh, well, no, we don't have the holy points, do we? Yeah, holy points are a limitation. Meaning I could actually make cheap crap units. Who's the cheapest, crappest unit I can make? Ugh, you're still quite a bit of upkeep, but... having a couple of heavy champions might not be a bad idea to have as bodyguards for my commander. I'll have to consider that, but money is a profound issue right now, and will be until I continue completing my cap circle. Let's carry on. Yeah, exactly. We're a very high-cost nation, Colomb, if people are wondering what kind of weaknesses we have. Ithsus. They've got Leon S. Kennedy, the Master Champion. That is a prophet of Conrad Blaird, the maker of mountains. Leon S. Kennedy is probably going to want to come over to the RCPD. Also, there's Malaise. Well, it's Milse, but I'm probably going to mispronounce it as Malaise often. That is close. That is concerningly close. We will have to be quite afraid of them. Alright, what else did we get in our messages? Also, where's messages? S is for send message, M is for reading them. Lochel, what happened? So I put my commander further back so it takes longer for the enemy troops to get to them. Very similar layout here, though. There we go. And once again, they engage right into my translucent exemplars. Remember, 75% of these attacks just outright miss my units because of this tag right here, Ethereal. It's impressive that they have Ethereal out of the gate, because that is normally something you have to pay through the nose for to get on your units. And as my units score the kills, they gain... well, if they ever score some kills... there's the Blood Surge. Very good. Yeah, that's what I want. The Crab Blenders. And remember, this is a starting army. We might be small and humble right now, but later on there is going to be wall-to-wall of these Crab Blenders cleaving through the army. And I do intend to flank them with mechanical mosquitoes. The question is how I involve magic in all of this. Anyway, excellent job. Send them packing, get me that province, put some minor province defense there. Barbarians are a bit of a different story. Ethereal will block them, but they do so much damage that they will crack through our armor. So I don't want to go out of my way there. I would love to do Haunted Manor, but I need Lubeck. I'm surprised Lubeck is so lightly defended. This is suspicious, and I really think Lubeck could backfire. But we must proceed on as if we do not have such frightening information. I'm going to take 2 of these and assign them as a guard commander. I'm going to have you advance and cast spells. Place himself behind the rearmost unit on the battlefield. Actually, that's pretty good. So I want you to specifically cast Blessing, and then stay behind the troops and continue to cast those spells. How will we do such a thing? I don't mind having you guys more front and center. Maybe have you hold an attack. That way you can cast Blessing twice, because sometimes Blessing misses. Sucks when it does, but these guys ain't clever. Do I think you can handle Sen's Fortress? It's got a mine of superior iron for tons of resources. Just in case this won't go well, I'm actually going to send a second batch together with you. So another senior Hierophant with a few more translucent exemplars, because I'm not sure how we're going to fare against horse archers. It should go well. But many things should go well and don't. I'm also going to assign 2 heavy champions as bodyguards. They're the best bodyguard unit, right? Level 4 Metal Yari. Pretty piss-poor attack skill. 28, 18, 22 attack damage with a pincer as well. And the pincer is armor-piercing. Not all pincers are armor-piercing, which is strange. That makes this glaive unit really cool with his armor-piercing pincer. Sadly, the translucent exemplars do not have armor-piercing pincers. I don't know what decides whether or not it gets them. The game decides that for the people that it makes. Metal Scale Hauberk. They're very similar, these units, but they have slight differences that might make you want to consider one over the other. Alright, so out you pop. Take care of Haunted Mansion, which is not a good province. Sen's Fortress is much better, but I want to take this and then go here because... movement-wise, we can't get out of the Haunted Mansion once summer passes. Because this place is going to cool down, and then we won't be able to cross through here. Because my devilishly cold scale is going to freeze this province, and the mountain pass will be inaccessible. In fact, isn't it already inaccessible? I think it is. Yeah, it would be orange if it were accessible. Is this a problem? No, because... well, maybe. We'll see. Also, I want Control M on so I can see how far it is to go from province to province. Alright. Luck be upon ye. How much experience did they get so far? Good point. Let's check them, provided they survive here. The Schmoor, the lieutenant, shall be known as the Prophet of Lizard 71. The old one. Lizard, I know plenty of people who are old, but I don't know anyone who's old. He's so old he keeps the celestial records. The goddess of insects. Alright, Haunted Manor. Haunted Mansion, rather. So this is me doing Advance Behind and Bless. Hopefully the blessings didn't miss any of them, because the troops can twiddle around a bit, so if they don't stand inside the blessed part, they don't get blessed. You're fine, though. Oh my god, I didn't actually give him the armor. I made the armor and didn't have him wear it. And as punishment for that, you already got shot by a bow. Okay, that is a mistake that I can easily rectify, but not a mistake I should make again in the future. Are the limitations on how far your crab troops can move inland, away from rivers and seas? No. They are perfectly serviceable on land and in sea. And that is because they have this tag, the amphibian tag. They enter seas and dry lands. They do not suffer movement reductions while underwater. Some units can go underwater but aren't particularly good at it, and they are known as poor amphibians. Also, these guys are getting shredded. You've gone blind? How did this happen? The Bone Tribe Beast Hunter hit the translucent exemplar in the head with a septum. They became blinded. That's rather unfortunate. Why is there BWOM going on here? Do you have undeads? These guys don't look undead. They are berserk, though. That explains how they're landing hits so easily. Not magical, though, but still concerning. Especially because those berserking units will not retreat. So it's actually bad for us for these guys to take injuries and go retreating. They are getting shot by their own arrows, though, which is rather nice. Are those even arrows? Yeah, it looks like they're shooting their spears like a gun. Impressively, though, our translucent exemplars are not dying. They took some punishment there. These small expansion parties without quickness are certainly suffering for it, so I want to send out slightly larger parties in this. It was maybe a little bit too enthusiastic to think that we could expand with parties between 3 and 5. But then again, these guys are pretty hardcore, aren't they? When did Bone Tribe units look like that? Anyway, what matters is you won, so good job, you. And what also matters is I got reminded to actually make my commanders wear their armor. Yeah, so who was going for that? These were the Bone Tribe Beast Hunters. Here we go. Pretty good skills for a crummy human. That septum with 20 damage, though. That's incredible. Two-handed weapon, so it boosts attack power. Length 3, so it can repel. And against my skills, those are definitely going to get repel checks. Although, don't we have a length 3 spear on my units? Yeah, they'll repel my pincers, but not my metal tridents. Repel is a mechanic where if your weapon is longer than theirs, you put your attack skill versus their defense skill. And if you win that check, you don't take damage and you hurt the enemy. So repelling is good. It's not brokenly good, because the more you repel, the less likely you are to land more of them, but it's still cool. The septum is the groove below your nose, Jake. No, I'm pretty sure it's what they're hitting me with. Oh, it says spetum. I still prefer septum. Sounds cooler. Right, how about the battle in Uncle Lubeck's home? Now, this is worrying because we've got even fewer units here, but this is a surprisingly undefended farmland. Yeah, it's amazing how much better my troops do when they're not getting shredded by spetums. What a stupid name, spetum. Yeah, there we go. These benign units have nothing on my crab warriors. I speed things up by tapping N when things are already in the bag. So, people are asking, how experienced are your units? And I am also wondering that. Already at level 2. That's pretty damn good. You see experience here, 53. You've killed 13 units, but you also get experience from just being in battle and being alive. But yes, very happy with that. Compare that to the Prophet. Prophet's got 10 kills with 22 experience, although I think melee kills give more experience. But yes, these guys have experience boost on the Bless, and that is active. I think that's active all the time. Who's to say? Anyway, the point is Lubeck is mine. Lubeck makes a lot of income, and it will only make more as it grows, because it's a glorious farmland. So the question is, where do our units go from here? I think we're going to cycle around. Hopefully the summer can last a bit with the heat, so we can go to Trebizond and then Atmora. And that'll just give us a good... Oh god, look at this! Zishdod are already on my borders. They have Gruntilda's Industries. That is concerning. This map is going to be getting tight, I think. Have we got any cool indie recruitables here? Yes, we've got spies. I love spies. Give me spies. We've got indie priests, which is also good. They're cheaper than my priests by a long shot. Busy making these units. We got VF Mikey. VF Mikey, clad yourself in this armor. Alucard cannot get through the mountains because it's too cold. If it's hot in both provinces, you can climb through mountains. If not, well, you can't. Might go into the water. Water tends to have good income and is not a big deal to deal with. Then again, this is a Kraken. Kraken has armor-piercing multi-attacks. That could be a problem. Alright, VF Mikey, you get your armor. Zaid, I wish for you to forge another piece of armor. Could make the full plate, but no, black steel plate should be fine. And we'll get both of our priests with the armor, and do we dare split up, or should we pick one and then the other? Depends how confident I am in my units being able to deal with Horse Tribe cavalry. This is a crappy start. You think so? I don't think it's that bad. I know that all the top players think you should have 20 provinces by the end of the year. But come on, it's just single player. There's no need to be so competitive. Can I ask for some help, says Gaz. I'm running a newbie Dominion 6 game with a friend. A province is generated that is completely surrounded by mountains. I can't find a way to get into it. Yeah, you could fly into it, I believe. Or you could teleport into it. There are spells and items that let you teleport. I wonder if you could fly into it, because it wouldn't count as having connections. But yeah, you could teleport into that province, I'm sure. Also, the generator shouldn't make provinces like that, but I guess it can happen. It also isn't a huge problem if you can't get into there, that I can imagine. Oh yeah, you could also summon a unit to go there, couldn't you? You could summon some hawks to take the province, and I believe you keep the hawks afterwards. I equipped a scout with wings. I can't fly into it, sadly. Okay, then you probably have to teleport or do a summon spell there. Then again, maybe it considers the province infinitely far away because there's no connections. I don't know. I've never encountered that situation, so I'm not sure I have the right answer for you. Alright, get all the units together here, and then I think we'll try splitting up. Let's be greedy. Expand in both directions, and then the next expansion party goes into the water. What are your thoughts on playing a preset map with modded nations specifically made for it? I'm working on quite a large-scale mod that is supposed to function this way at the moment. I don't think I'd have any problems with that. Custom-made one sounds interesting. Modded nations, huh? That does sound interesting. Let me know how that one turns out. Alright. We're seeing this episode again. Fighting very similar independent units here. You know, archers, heavy infantry, light infantry / militia. And it's good to know that 4 ethereal units can tear them apart. But if there were many more of them, they would spill around and take out my commander. So this isn't a freebie by any means. I do need to strengthen this army. But it's also worth noting these guys are getting better. Now that he's got 2 experience, his defense skill isn't quite so terrible. His attack skill is much better. And those that blood surge... I guess the blood surging only lasts a few turns, but when they blood surge, they're even better. Also, we've got a new famous hero. Pi 555's brave deeds and heroic quickness are told. Well, quickness is rather nice because that's going to boost your defense skill and attack skill. So if you end up in melee, which could happen, you're going to be better at it. Also, that inspirational is making our units fight longer and harder. Elephants. Hadn't considered how we fare against elephants. Probably not well. Well, now we can squish down elephants in a few hits. Slingers, heavy infantry, elephant riders. I could go Pittsburgh, Franconia, Almoria. But bear in mind, that's Zishdod's capital right there. He probably wouldn't take too kindly to me coming so close to his border. Then again, if I don't take the land for myself and he takes it, that's not good. Also, I would like access into this water, but I can get there from Franconia as well. Am I willing to press into Zishdod like that? Tell me more about Zishdod. I need to consider... Now that we know a couple of our neighbours, we can consider what kind of fights we're going to be ending up with. Those are the thrones, not the nations. Where's the nation overview? Magic items, research... Options, Hall of Fame, Pretenders of the World, And Zishdod is the High Praetors. Here's Zishdod. We're fighting nature and blood. We're fighting people that have about as much hit points as us. They're slightly smaller than us. Morningstar, we don't have shields, so that's not a concern. Their skills are decent. Good heavy mace damage to break through our armor. Yeah, they hit hard enough to get through our protection, which is perhaps a concern. But they themselves are not particularly well protected. I'm more concerned about these freaking Van Heerds. Almost untouchable with 19 skill on defense and glamour. If we fight these things, we're never landing hits on them. That's a concern until we get quickness online. Quickness should allow us to score some hits. And of course dodge their battle axes. Death nature is not too concerning. I'd be worried about fire and water because they could immolate or frozen heart us to death. And what was the other nation over here? That's Milse. What can one say about Milse? Milse. Fire and water. Funny that. Nature, glamour, yeah, they got the champions on the barebacks. They don't defend so well, so at least I can hit them. Probably because they're heavy armor. They're sacred resist everything, but we don't do any particular special damage. This is a concern. Magical glaive. How many of them use magical glaives? Oh god, they all hit pretty hard. And we don't have poison resistance either. Oh, they got ice glaives as well. Magical weapons and poisonous weapons are a problem for us. Especially these poisonous barbs. We use short-range pincers, so we are going to get poisoned. I'd really rather not engage with Malays, but sometimes you just have to. Yeah, that bear cavalry's pretty sweet. I wanted to play as the bear cavalry. Right, Dinal Delini. Continue to explore. There's so much farmland up here. I want it. I want it so much. We're going to go north from Sen's Fortress and try and capture Old Forest, Warsangali, and then plant a spy on Benefic. Yes, yes, I would like that a lot, please. If I could take one of these provinces and stamp a fort on it, then that makes this place really very valuable for me. Great income on this clustered farmland. Right, VF Mikey and Alucard, please clad yourself in armor, bringing your protection up to a very respectable 23. I want you both to lead the armies, however, let's sort things out first, shall we? There are, let's see, how do you unselect these guys? Come on, get out of here. There are these guys, right? They're slightly different from the other ones. Is that a lot of them? I guess it is. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Take them. You guys take 8 of them. I'm going to make this command 1 and copy it over to you. I want you to attack the closest, guard the commander, attack the closest, blessing, stay behind troops. I thought it was hold and attack closest. That might work badly considering that we're getting shot at by arrows in this fight, so we're actually going to stand back on this oncoming fight. So, Alucard to Sen's Fortress. Oh, but I really want all of this. Sending everybody north suddenly seems like a good idea. But I want to secure the south, because if I don't secure the south... Oh god, 130 of them. That could be a really concerning problem. Alright, who's got the larger army? VF Mikey has the 8 of them. You take the south. VF Mikey. Stay back. And then heading north with Alucard. Yeah, again, stay back. That way we can get our bless done before the archers are in position to shoot us. Hopefully we can march through the onslaught of arrows and not get shot. Like I said, we ignore 75% of them. And those that do hit are highly unlikely to get through this protection. But some of them will. The law of large numbers will hit us eventually. Once we get into combat with them, I believe they also have a charged lance that can do some decent damage. But again, good chance of missing. Zaid, get back to researching. We should have better income for our army, though. Keep those senior hierophants cranking out. Have even more spare golden resources. The question of what to put that to use to is probably mages. Actually, this is pretty good, right? That's 3 points per turn. 1, 2, 3. So every other turn... Well, it should work. How could it possibly not work? Yeah, every other turn we get both of these guys. That should be fine. Have the mosquitoes seen battle yet? No, I've not deployed them yet. They would die pretty rapidly without support. So they're going to be a later part of the plan rather than earlier. Right, I didn't decide between Pittsburgh and Franconia. I guess Pittsburgh gives me eyes on the situation. Also, there's water here. So there's a good chance that he won't be caring about coming over to here. But I would probably want a fortification around here, given the location. Which might make Franconia a better place as a fort, but then he could bypass it and go into here. I hate it when people seep into my cap circle. He could take a fort on Pittsburgh as a remarkable act of aggression, though. And why wouldn't he? It is an aggressive action. I'm still going into Pittsburgh. Itchitids. Yeah, it could be a problem, but possibly not. Slingers won't be a problem, but I worry a bit about those elephants. Elephants against only 4 of these guys. Ethereal can dodge elephant trampling, but it will certainly screw up my formation. What little of a formation I have. Oh well, sometimes you just gotta get through days like that. But one thing is, we've also got spies. I love indie spies. They're cheap and crap, and you just send them off to die with no real concern. Head over to Omega. Tell me what's going on the other side of Zishdod. Let me know if they end up engaging others. I want to have a spy planted on Godhome, so I know exactly what's going on there. Other spies are going to head up to Hyrule and aid Donal Delaney in telling me what's going on in that direction. And remember, the next batch of units that I'm making here, they are destined for the sea. Unless I need reinforcements here, and I might really want reinforcements up north. Does fortification work across rivers? Yes. Mountains? Yes, if there's a connection, but it doesn't go into water. So fortification in Pittsburgh will not enhance Mermaid Island. A fortification has an administration bonus, and that boosts the monetary output of provinces nearby, and it absorbs more of their resources and their recruitment points. You can eventually just put a fortress everywhere if you want. Then each individual fortress will be weakened, but you'll have a lot of places to recruit units. But then, if you have a lot of places you recruit units, the game becomes a real slog of moving them around. I wish this game had rally points. But rally, no, we do not. You know what, Zaid? Research is not something we're really taking off with right now anyway. Would you be so kind as to forge me another black steel plate? There's no zone of control in the game, though. You could march right through a fortification without so much as stopping and smelling the roses. Right, how do we fare against horse archers? There are a lot of them. Those short bows only do 11 damage, but it's piercing damage, so it reduces our defense by 15, but it only does 11. My concern, more than anything, is that light lance. So they very quickly move into position. We're far away, forcing them to move rather than us. And that should allow me to get the blessing off. There we go. You can be sacred, but unless you get blessed by a priest, it really doesn't matter for anything. We want that blood surge up so that when we engage... Oh, here come the arrows. Ah. You'll be fine, lads. Don't worry. That must be terrifying, right? You go into this hail of archer fire, but you are assured by your company chaplain that if you simply move forward, most of them will simply phase right through you. And to your surprise, they do. That is a real test of faith, though. Oh, well, one of them got hit badly, and he got limped by it as well. That's bad. This guy's gonna die. Limp units become crippled on the moor path, and then if they're crippled and they're forced to march, they'll die on the path. Anyway, we get into the engagement zone at least. And now, well, they get their lances off me, but we gotta start tearing them apart, rip them off their riders. We're taking attrition on this one. You can see the little red pips under them as they land their hits and make my life worse. The nice thing is that they might actually shoot each other at such close range. Come on, we've all been in this part of Bannerlord. Those horse archers ain't so hot once you engage them like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, have I lost one? How dare I lose anyone? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Can I not count or something? Oh, I've got translucent exemplars in the back here. I shouldn't have put them on bodyguard detail. Maybe you shouldn't be advancing into melee. What are you doing, VF Mikey? This is not your workhorse. Tell you what he's doing. He's going to rip those riders right off their horses. Oh, he'll rip the horse right out from under the rider, leaving the poor guy on foot. Tribal people of the wild, following their shamanistic, totemistic spirits, eh? Good lord, there are a lot of them. Ah, but look at that, VF Mikey, who has actually just gone and taken a massive beating in the face, has decided to blood surge himself. But he really shouldn't be in melee right now. He has a very high chance of dying. And he's very nearly dead. He took another 10. Yeah, you get hit again like that, bearing in mind he's not ethereal, then our units are going to rout. So please don't die, Mikey. Didn't actually expect you to take the front lines. This is not what I meant by stay behind the troops. Okay, the best thing these enemies can do is rout for me. Hopefully they do. They are just crappy indies with 11 morale. And wait a second, I just spotted disease. I need to investigate further, but once we know the outcome of the battle. I'm so worried about him. He's on the corner as well, which means lots of units can have him as a potential target. Stay behind troops doesn't work without some archers to stay behind. Yeah, well, I'd like it if he was behind this. Okay, they're routing. Fan-bloody-tastic. As long as none of them get a lucky hit on VF Mikey on the way out. He didn't even take a wound from that. Look at this guy who took much less damage. And he's gone blind. Oh, he was blind in the previous battle as well. Yeah, I think we found the well of Pestilence, but we're going to have to investigate further. I don't have the death access to investigate for it. But hopefully we don't end up with diseased troops at the end of the turn. What it tells me is do not come back to Cerulean City. The Well of Pestilence is just awful. A fun fact is that you can get multiple Well of Pestilence on the same province. I found somewhere with 2, and you just step in there and your army dies. Do not go to the Well of Pestilence. But do claim it, because it's a really good death gem income. Alright, very impressed with that. Not a single unit died in that encounter. And we tore apart about 100 horse tribe archers, Crivens. But now we have something to investigate, and I can't think of an easier way to do it than to just check here. What's the thing for enemy units? Commanders, details, whatever. Horse tribe cavalry people are... Now it's possible there was just an event that hit this place that unluckily made 1 or 2 of them diseased. But if you come into an independent province and you see disease, be very wary that there might be a Well of Pestilence in the area. I don't think there is now. This is a lot of units to see no disease on, so I think there was just an event. It's also possible that one of them got diseased from me hitting them in combat. It's not too unusual. Okay, there's no Well of Pestilence here. Whew. But just in case... How's everyone feeling? How do we check for diseases again? Is it D? D for diseased. Tab for afflictions. Wow, man, these guys haven't been on the warpath that long. We've got limp, battle frightened, another battle frightened, blind, chest wound. Also, I should not have the... I accidentally put one of my really good guys on bodyguard detail. So that should be 9 of them on the front line and 2 on the bodyguarding. Stay behind them, please. Regardless, do not hang around in Cerulean. Make your way over to Moon Lake. And let's see how our other units did. First, starting with Pittsburgh, over against the Itchitids. Cancer from the crabs, yeah. Don't know why crab is the symbol of cancer, but there are a lot of things I don't know about astrology. So these guys can bring nets. Nets can demolish your defense skill. But, fun fact, my crabs don't care much about defense anyway. Yeah, they get it boosted up with experience and blood surge, but the main point of defense on the crab is twofold, ethereal and massive protection. Kind of thrice-fold, because they've got about 2.5 times the hit points of a regular human. Ooh, I don't want to engage with this thing, though. Water Elemental's Crush is pretty powerful. Armor piercing, so it's going to reduce half of our armor, and then it's just going to do nasty blunt damage. On the head, that can really cane. So let's hope that's not an issue. Oh, well, don't go for the commander either. That's even worse. Don't kill my commander, please. This is a good sign that we should be able to get this guy out of the province. A Sacred Water Mage. Unfortunately, he's really crap at researching. So I don't think I'd want him. But Sacred does mean cheaper. Alright, yeah, there we go. The Water Elemental's getting involved, and it's probably the one doing damage to this guy. So hopefully the Ichitids run away, and then the Water Elemental just gets absolutely screwbarred. Not the most threatening of all the elementals, especially outside of water, but... Oh yeah, there we go. This translucent exemplar just chewed it up for breakfast. Ooh, the brave water elemental that could. And then, yeah, it just completely died because its commander decided to morale rout. And if you don't have a functional commander, as a magical being, you die. Although he's routing, he's not moving because he's so exhausted he can't move. He must have had one hell of a DDR session to summon the water elemental. But now he dies, and Pittsburgh is another glorious success. Onwards to Sen's Fortress. This is a northern detachment. Our units are thankfully not cold-blooded, so they're not going to suffer in the cold here any more than anybody else would. But, have we seen this episode before? Alright, let's speed it up. Go! Rip them asunder. And also, very clever, the much more massively brained commander, Alucard the Senior, has decided to stay behind the units like I ordered him to. He did, however, get shot in the head for 7 damage. Armor defeating hit. Yeah, I know. Cease these engagements. Alright, there we go. Who's running? Oh, this heavy champion with his battle fright decided to rout. Fortunately, though, the battle is over before he leaves the battlefield, so that's not a concern. We pick him up anyway. We did lose one of the heavy champions, but that's not a translucent exemplar. This is just somebody on bodyguard duty, so he did his job. He died for Alucard. Fewer of them here, thankfully, but I also had fewer units there. And Alucard's brave deeds of running into the fray have earned him the heroic precision stat. Completely useless unless I give him a ranged weapon, but I'm not going to. This mine of superior iron is cool, though. That's a lot of resources, and we need those resources for making these crabby crabs. I could make even more of these guys now. Bulks out the front line, although these guys are much easier to kill than translucent exemplars. But at this point, I think bulk is important in and itself. The alternative, of course, is I make the mechanical mosquitoes. I have a feeling the mechanical mosquitoes would die in bulk a lot more than the crabs would, and they wouldn't be useful in water either. So yeah, we're going to bulk ourselves out with the heavy champions. I would love to make more translucent exemplars, but we're limited on holy points for them. I need to build temples in order to build more than 5 of those guys per month. 4, in fact, because the Hierophant uses up one of my holy slots as well. Well, them's the breaks. What are the tags on the champions, we're asked. They're good. There are few, but they are good. Perfect dark vision, ethereal, sacred, amphibian. Void sanity is hardly relevant. Unfortunately, my one good mage is old. It's always horrible to get old mages. You recruit them, then next winter they get diseased, and then they're dead in 10 turns. Ugh. Such a waste of investment. Recht. I still want to make it up to the farmlands, and... Ooh, there's an arena over here. They boosted the income from the arena in Dominion 6. Interesting. Right. Would I rather go north or keep an eye on what Melse is up to? I think I'd rather see the Bronx. Also, even more farmland. Warsangali is an SS plus tier place for fortification. There are even mountains around for... hills and mountains for resources. So I think making my way to Warsangali has just become top priority. Is it a priority enough to send more units over there, though? Bearing in mind, Alucard has very few people under his command. Can I send Garrus over there? Give Garrus a little bit of bodyguarding. Maybe do send the Hobberg champions that I do have out with him. He's going to be chasing up the rear end here, but I think it's worth it. I know I said I wanted to go into the waters. What if you take Miletus first? Wolf Tribe Archers and Wolf Tribe Warriors are no big deal. Can you take it? Especially if I give you some black steel plating. That is not a large army to do that with, but I have a funny feeling that you could handle that. Hold and attack rear, attack closest. Do this closer as well. Let's do it like this. Yeah, let's go with this. So you're going to go up to Miletus. So next turn you're here, you're there. Next turn you're in the Old People Forest, you're in Miletus. Maybe take Hyrule and then converge in Arrakis, but I want to take Warsangali and put a fort down there on the double. I'm okay leaving Benefic for a while. It's got a throne on it, so it's probably going to be a pain in the bum for anyone that wants to try and fight that. Pain Elemental, park yourself on Benefic so I know what's going on there. Fisken. I want to know what's happening over in Solstheim. Nobody's taken a throne so far, so I'm curious to see what the situation there is. Give myself some crappy Ichtid Province defense and move over to Franconia. Ew, 140 of them. I don't think Pi can handle 140, even with his guys. Also, there's Hell's Keep. I think Pi might have to engage in the better part of Valor. Or... there is the waters. Atlantean militia and shamblers. You know what, Pi? There's your new destiny. Take to the waters until I can get reinforcements for Franconia. I do not want Zishdod thinking about coming here. Let's back up the defense a little bit. And I also wouldn't mind another few spies, because spies are good. Also, more black steel plates are good. I wonder if Pi would benefit from a black steel plate. I think he'd go from 20 protection to 23. 3 doesn't sound like a lot, but every additional bit of protection is good. Going from 5 to 6 is whatever. Going from 31 to 32 is a pretty big deal. Alright. Does this make a lot of sense to me? Not really, but it makes some sense. That's good enough for me. I'd like to start site searching as soon as possible as well, though, so the next mage that I get... Blood sites are pretty rare, so I don't think I want to make a scion just for blood searching. But it's not that much more expensive. Probably should make a King of the Enraged Citadel for site searching. He's going to cover blood, water, and earth. And he's going to do blood and earth at least as good as the other guys. And if I get a random with glamour, that's even better. He's just so old, man, and he's so expensive. I actually hate this unit, but whatever. We move forward regardless. I need money, and that's why I need those farmlands. The AI has a ton of money and resources because they're on master mode. As expected, one of Alucard's died. The limp and the crippled end up dying on the warpath, but those are the needs. Their map move gets reduced horrifically, and if they're forced to move further than their map move, then they end up being crippled and dying. But that's a whole lot of not my problem. This is my problem, though. Oh, that's a big problem. Spectral clubs on the Ganas are magical weapons. They're going to pierce through my ethereal. Meanwhile, they are ethereal and I don't have magical weapons. So we are going to be relying on Alucard to banish the undead. The magical resistance is quite low on these guys, so Alucard should be able to banish them, but he's probably going to focus on the Pisashas instead because they're bigger, chunkier, loads of hit points. That tends to be a bigger target for magical attacks. We'll see, though. But I'm a little concerned about this because of those spectral clubs. Ghostly warriors serving, died, yes, yeah. A lot of ethereal units are undead because they're more ghostly. We're not undead. We are just naturally ethereal. Which somehow, yeah, as expected, he's trying to banish the big chunky guys. Could be difficult. Spectral Club is MR negates half, though, right? Magic resistance check for half damage. Magic resistance is 12. So I don't know what the magic resistance check is against. But even so, that is going to... They are going to land hits with that. And that's unpleasant. And these guys have poisoned claws. Armor negating paralyzing poison. Well, I just hope you don't get through me with that. Or it's going to be up to our priest to banish them. Unfortunately, they are going right around and going for my priest, who has lost his bodyguards. And these being undead... Okay, they have very, very high morale. Also, Corpse Eater. Ugh. Okay. This could be the end of the show for you, Alucard. Better hope that armor, that black steel plate I gave you, holds up. Worth noting, though, that my priests are somewhat combat priests. 4 length, 26 damage, metal Yari with an armor-piercing pincer. He can hit pretty hard. Do not tempt my battle pope here. But if they get through and they poison him, they're going to stun lock him due to fatigue damage, so better hope he kills these, and better hope that we're able to tear through these ethereal monsters with my other, more monstrous ethereals. He's doing an excellent job tearing these things apart. They might look huge, but the crabs are technically larger than the pistachios here. Alright, the front line is holding. Those spectral clubs are getting through, but they are failing to do damage through our mighty shell and armor. All the while, Alucard is showing exactly why he's a hero. Precisely stabbing these things to death. He'll be getting good experience out of that. Excellent. Wow, he cleared that. That means he can get back to banishing these freaks. I want to hear the boom. Yeah, there we go. Be gone, you freaks. Monkeys have no place here. Don't worry about the banishment hitting my own guys. It won't hurt them. Banishment only works on the undead. And we are still alive. I love how varied Dominions is. You can die in combat, but still, due to your overwhelming belief in your god, still live and function. And you can even continue to persist beyond the battle in that state. That's if you take the Bless Undying and you have a form of regeneration. So the enemy can kill you and you just get right back up and go, oh, my faith carries me. What about you? Such a beautifully themed game. What's your problem here? You undead as well? Beef Squisher the Possessed Corpse. That enchanted pike could have really done a number on our guys, but you're already running, so fare thee well. Are we crab people? Yes, of course we are, Safid. Not only that, we overcame that. There was only 39 of them. That was a severe test of my translucent exemplars. What's going on in Moon Lake? I'm looking forward to being able to pin down a bunch of land, big up some forts, and actually have infrastructure. Right now, our nation is very delicate. Heavy cavalry coming in. Now that shouldn't be a problem because heavy cavalry charges get lost on ethereal. And the fun thing about heavy cavalry is once they've lost their charge, they're pretty garbage. Their morale is surprisingly low for what's meant to be a well-trained knight on horseback. Their protection's okay, their defense skill is really good, but their attack skill's rubbish. So once that lance, which only gets 1 attack off, is gone, they have a mediocre broadsword to attack with. They make maybe 3 attacks. Their horse tries to hoof you as well, but it's benign, 14, non-magical. And then they run, because they're pathetic. There are so many ways to counter a cavalry charge, it's unreal. Although I will concede, you did manage to utterly wreck this poor guy. So yeah, they work really good on a foe that's very susceptible to a single big hit. So they can wreak havoc on a mage line, for example. If you set them to flank and attack the rear, they can come round, charge, and skewer your squishy mages. But if you have them run into something that can handle a charge, or just have ablative armor, like little monkeys, or even bugs, summon some giant beetles. The heavy cavalry charges into the beetles, heroically skewers the beetle for 27 damage, then gets poisoned and freaking runs or dies. The problem is largely because it's humans on horseback. Humans get the raw end of the deal in this game. Another glorious victory, onwards into the sea. Now, I'm not just taking the sea because I want the water province. I want the information. Seeing what is around this province will give me a lot of useful information on what's happening in the area. Coral spears, if they get through, are going to do poison. I don't want to be poisoned, so let's hope that none of those pierce through. It did, though. This translucent exemplar did get poisoned. Not so badly that he's going to die. Let's see if we can find it here. Ethereal negating much of the damage that comes in, but where's that poison? Yeah, here we go. So you got stabbed in the leg for only 1 damage, but as long as a weapon actually does any damage that isn't negated, it does its secondary effect. In this case, it triggered a poison, and then that poison, yeah, 8 points. So he's going to take 1 bit of damage for 8 turns, and the poison will be gone. Hopefully he doesn't pick up a nasty disease from that. As more and more checks to end up with diseases or lingering ailments, but it looks like he came out of that fine. Yeah, these guys are all fine. I'm loving the extra experience gain, by the way. For only 1 bless point and 1 glamour, 35% experience gain is working wonders for frontliners. Anyway, good, because I'm certain we would have died if we went over to Franconia. But Mermaid Island. Mermaid Island tells us what's going on. Look at that, Zishtod. This is excellent news. Seeing Zishtod expand in this direction tells me that that's where his forces are focused, and it's highly likely that he's meeting another AI and duking out over there. Meanwhile, we have a lot of freedom here. As long as the Mermaid Island continues an unbroken line towards a fort, we'll still be able to suck the income out of this province, although the resources are of no particular value. We can build underwater forts. That's interesting. Some nations cannot. Heroism is very fun and useful, bless for sure. Nothing quite like having half of the HOF the Hall of Fame entries, and yes, super elite troops. That's what I want. The main weaknesses I needed to overcome were the attack and defense skill of my sacreds. Everything else is pretty good, except maybe their lack of ability to tear down walls, but that's why I want Construction 7 for Gate Cleaver. But the attack and defense skill we're taken care of in 3 ways. Heroism to gain experience to boost it up, Blood Surge to boost it up in battle, and as soon as our god is awake, Quickness to boost them both by a flat 2, as well as double the damage double the attack output, making Blood Surge proc even more. Do I want the Vasa? Interesting. I have options here. There's no good reason that Pi cannot continue to dominate the waters, but how? The ability to go in and out of water with no concern is amazing, and it's terrifying to fight against an AI who can do that as well. I want to go down to Rio de Grande do Sul for a similar reason. Is there an underground on this map? You better believe it. We don't know much about it, but here it is. It's a little unfortunate. We do have dark vision, so we can operate underground, but the Cavern Wights are one of our foes here. They have dark power, they're undead, they're terrifying. I want to look at them again though, because they're really, really cool. Who are the Cavern Wights again? Is that Emote? No. It's not you either. Where are they? Don't tell me I forgot to put them in. Oh, they're at the top, Bandana Waddledee. Yeah, there we go. Good freaking lord, this guy is terrifying. Normally, this chassis has very poor skills, but this guy's got good skills, and they get a lot better in the darkness. Darkness which does not affect him because he has Spirit Sight. He tears down walls extra fast. He doesn't need to eat. He's never going to break. With Magic Resistance 14, good luck banishing him for being undead. His Obsidian Glaive hits at length 4 for 41 magical damage. Please spare me. What do you do against this guy? He's not even very expensive. 70 gold with 28 upkeep. That's about on par with my units. Actually, he's cheaper. He's a lot cheaper. Holy Christ, what do we do against that? Oh god, it's the Seal Guard from Agartha without any of his weaknesses. Cannot be stopped. And also, because he's undead, he can go into the waters, so I don't want to see this guy. But I'm probably going to see this guy. Of course, he has his commander versions. They can reanimate, so expect to see thousands upon thousands of skeletons. And he's got an entourage of heavily armored guys who still have better skills than you'd expect out of Pale Ones. Yeah, still with good magic resistance, so again, even if you build up a Bless core, you're not getting through that. Even their grunts here are 15 MR. Weak to Dust and other anti-undead measures. Yes. How do I get that? It's okay, we'll figure it out. Alright, Pico is here, Zaid is here. I am desperate to get researching, because I won't be able to take fortifications without the... Well, I could pay for mercenaries for besieging fortifications, but my dream is getting Construction 7 and making gate cleavers. Because if I can pierce through walls very easily, then I clear out one of the other big weaknesses that I have. Alucard, I need these farmland provinces. I need the income. And I need to secure it before any other AI gets their grubby little mitts on it. So please, if you please, take it. Ooh, that's kind of cool. We get lieutenants as the commanders for province defense. That extra inspirational is going to help out. Leadership 70 doesn't, but inspirational does. On top of that, he's just a really cool unit. Glaives are nice. I really like glaives. Better if they're magical, but what isn't? Oh, hello! Malaise has cut off my expansion by Moon Lake by having the audacity to go into the Gardens of Midnight. Interesting. Well, I don't want to cause a war right now, so let's back up the province defense here. And I think I'm going to take a trip into Seafoam Islands, see what's going on around this area. We'll see. We're slowly filling in the map, getting an understanding of what is going on. Sadly, if you're not actively next to a province, you don't have information on it. Our guys are as poorly memoried as I am. Dunol, I want you to go north. You might end up going to the waters to tell me what happens to Netherlands in 10 years, although you're going that way as well. I still want the information. Crash MSO, it's your job to hide and wait in Godhome. It's interesting to me who, if anyone, goes there. No, that's not true. Tell me what's going on in Canada. Normally, I like to park spies on throne provinces, because AI loves to suicide into throne provinces. We'll see if that ends up happening here, though. These guys are benign. You guys are ethereal. So you're in the guard. I didn't get them the wrong way around. No, good. These guys are skirmishers. I've never used skirmishers. I don't see the utility of raiding provinces. Maybe that's a multiplayer thing. Here's an idea. Whenever possible, I'd like to crank out 5 of these, and every so often we're not able to make the extra senior hierophant. But I still want more. No, not those guys, the other ones. Still want more of the grunty units to just flesh things out. They're not cheap though, but they're cheap-ish. Most of the expense comes in resources, and that's use it or lose it. I guess I'm okay with that for now. Yeah, have that on repeat recruitment. Should be good. Still, Softcakes, what are you doing? Do you have the wherewithal to go into the underground? Can't see why you wouldn't. Not underground, underwater. Take Rio Grande do Sul and all this, because money is important to me. Reinforcing north to take this is good, but Rio Grande do Sul and others should have good income. That huge kraken disturbs me, though. That kraken could be a big problem. But even if it takes out, even 3 or 4 of my units, as long as we win, the money that we get from this is going to cover losses quite nicely. Skirmishers is for formations. Raiders is what you're thinking about. Ah, you're right, Darko. Skirmisher just means there's no penalty to using the skirmish formation. Aha. The more you know. Hey, I would really like to know what's going on in Orgrimmar. And if it's possible, I want you to go over here and tell me what's going on in the back lines of Zishdod, please. Preferably do that by going over to Pittsburgh and then taking a southern route. I don't want you triggering the enemy into counterattacking. Didn't decide what to do with Pi, though. Safe shallows might not be as safe as it sounds. Probably take it anyway. I want to know what's happening in Carthago. And then Garrus. Can you take Miletus with your paltry army? Well, that's what I sent you up to do, so good luck. You take Miletus. Alucard takes the Old Forest. You still can't converge on Arrakis. But you might converge in Hyrule. If Arrakis has a lot of nasty units, converge in Hyrule, bring your units together, then strike into Arrakis and Warsangali. And as soon as we have Warsangali, I want to put a fort down there, no matter the cost. Fortifying that and building this up as my home from home, and essentially bisecting the map, is of interest to me. Bisect the map, stop the AI from flanking around me, and then just try and consolidate my holdings here whilst taking as much water as possible. The water is not a free-for-all for me. We have enemies that can take the water, and they're powerful enemies at that. Bandana Waddle-Dee can take it. Lizard cannot. These Abyssians hate water. The freaks can go into the water. Yeah, they're able to crank out freaks that are able to make it into the water. Some might even excel at water. That could be a concern. That's us. Tandy, you have Atlanteans. They're very at home in the water, and they're very at home at killing me with magical piercing ice lances. The bears can't go in water, so I guess thank heavens for small mercies. But this standard bear is also scary because he's going to hurt me with his poison. Anyway, concerns there. The old men don't like to go swimming. I love this freaking unit. Why didn't we select these guys? I guess they don't look as exciting as the other options, but come on! Do you not appreciate the splendor of having rigidly drilled formation fighters of old decrepit men? 55 years old and still on the front lines with a freaking mace! Yeah, it's not very sexy, but it's cool. They're not even my sacred units. These guys are the sacreds. Chaos power -1. Air shield, defense 15. My god, that's cool. And the High Praetor cannot go into water. So yeah, we have some threats. And of course, they're all apprehensive. What are you doing here, though? What is your mind on, Phoenix Wright? Where's your mind at? I don't know enough about this area. I want to figure out what's going on in Mount Fuji. So head on over there. Yeah, who doesn't dream of making Roman Tetsuto formations? Surely you think about it at least 3 times a day? You're a little worried, but we'll take a crack in it regardless. We'll see how that works out. Safe shallows first. Who's the commander here, by the way? That's Pi555, our prophet. So the thing about underwater is a lot of the indies are really garbage. Oh no, Shamblers with their militia tier skills. 2 attacks each, but it's only 2 to a square at size 4 with wasted space. Only natural protection. Shamblers don't typically wear armor. Yeah, we're gonna blend these guys. So the question of will it blend comes to mind. Please don't flank and kill my commander, though. That would be a concern. And it is 100% what they're trying to do. And Pi only has... Actually, Pi has 3 bodyguards. You'll be able to rip those things to shreds. If they even stick around. Yeah, they were already wanting to rout, because their foolish Shambler commander decided to take foot on the battlefield himself. So yeah, ripped asunder. When my god wakes up, these guys are going to be more than twice as good as well. I'm really looking forward to Mr. Fontaine coming to the front. Well, he won't be in the front lines, but he'll be back at home, blessing us all with his clean waters. Stands to reason why crabs would like a fountain. So it's not an ill-fitting pretender. We've seen this episode before. Hang on, they got some back support here. What are you? You're a rock. I thought I saw a priest. Ah, they do have a priest. Priest and 3, 4, 5. A lot of commanders, actually. How many commanders? Cassandra Classic, Tingle, Deathfield Pegasus, and Sumke. That's a lot of names for an obituary. Get stuck in. Also, please don't kill my prophet. I never gave you armor, did I? No, that's Alucard, and he does have armor. And he's not my prophet. There we go. The heavy infantry can be a concern. If they land a hit with a broadsword, 16 is worse than my protection, but slashing damage gets increased. So if they do get through, they can get through pretty nasty. This game features an exploding dice. So if I attack you and I deal damage, I roll a dice, and maybe I'll do 1, maybe I'll do 2, but if I do 6, what I do is I do 5 and then I roll again and add it, and that has no upper limit. It is entirely possible for a peasant with a pitchfork to walk up to a mythical dragon, stab it, and rip its arm off. Unlikely, but it will happen. Ah. Hello, Atlanteans. I don't typically like these guys with their coral spear and their weak poison, but... Where's the Kraken? There's the Kraken. Yeah, these tentacles are a problem with that armor piercing, and he hits 4 times. Size 8, though, he can't get multiple to a square. He's blunt resistant, but we don't do blunt damage. We do typeless and piercing. I don't think I have to worry about him too much, but the problem is those elementals are coming in. We're bogged down with Atlanteans. Okay, but we're ripping those Atlanteans apart. We don't see the blood surge, which makes me sad. If you're ethereal and blood surging, you don't show up in that shining red. We can see the shining red on VF Mikey, though. He wants a piece for himself. The combat priest is real. And you should be afraid. The Kraken is not afraid for some reason. The others are routing, but the Kraken is not. So do I fear the Kraken? That was an impressive... that couldn't have been a repel, right? No, he's length 0. We repel him. Oh, great. Anyway, let's have some calamari tonight. Chomp. And then with the rout, even the water elementals are no longer a threat because they will simply dissolve. They take 1,000 damage a turn if they don't have leadership. Sucks to be them. Alright, splendid. We had no need to fear the Kraken. Is that the same fight? Yes. Miletus. Which Caesar 3 map is Miletus? I forget. Okay, anyway, this was a bit of a risk to take. Relatively small army against these guys with lots of projectiles, but the first time our Habsburgs are going to see action. Our Habsburg champions ride around on mechanical mosquitoes. Now, Habsburgs are not crabs. They are little hobbitses. They're tiny, size 2, so I guess they're like a 3.5 to 4 foot tall human. Riding around on a giant mechanized mosquito. The mosquito will bite and has great protection. The rider's under good protection. Fully shielded up, iron plated up. But if anything does get through that, the Habsburg will instantly die because he only has 7 hit points. So does the mosquito. It's a bit sad. So they wait a bit for the others to get entangled in combat, and then you're going to see these guys fly into the air and then land on the back line right here. I really like flying units for this because you just bypass all of this nonsense. And with a bit of luck, you assassinate the commanders. They come in with a lance that gets a heavy bonus strike, although you just missed the Wolf Tribe Archer. Because he rolled defense roll 29 and 23. Good God. You haven't struck anybody yet. And you struck the Wolf Tribe Archer in the body with your lance. There we go. Absolutely shredded Super Pie, the Wolf Tribe Shaman. And he's profusely bleeding. So he will die. As there's a chance every turn that you patch your bleeding, but odds are not looking good for these guys. And he's dead. Your commander is gone, thanks to these little midgets riding around on mechanical mosquitoes, so now everybody, as soon as they realize their commander is dead... Ah, they had another commander, Passepartout the Barbarian Chief, but he got shot by his own Wolf Tribe Archer. Friendly fire is real, and it can really hurt. So they're trying to retreat, but this gives the mechanical midgets an opportunity to consume. These guys do not get blood surge, they do not get heroism, they will not get quickness, and they're not ethereal. They don't have the sacred tag, and they're just not as blindingly powerful as my crab people. So what makes up for that? Well, the fact that, well, God, they're expensive. I was going to say the fact that they're much cheaper, but, well, they ain't. Well, they exist, and they are going to be part of our fighting core. Hopefully I have loads of money to get them. The thing about the flying midgets on the robotic mosquitoes, though, is that I can recruit them anywhere that I have a fortification. I can only recruit my ethereal blender crabs at the capital site. Also, VF Mikey, you're a brave individual, and now everybody speaks about your battle prowess. Tell me more. He's got increased attack skill. Once again, the combat priests doing what they do, which is kill. I want to make sure I've got province defense up the wazoo everywhere I can. I always like to have at least 6. I think that's a cutoff to prevent some bad events. It's very nice that the game at least gives you 1 for free. In Dominion's 5, if you forget, someone could just stroll in and take your province from you, which is always quite sad. Go flying midget mosquito. Yes. Alright, Pico, please wait and tell me about Orgrimmar. 270 units of militia, long dead, light cavalry, heavy infantry, and a wyvern. No, a lot of wyverns. Also 9 huge cave drakes. So this is not an easy throne to take. I'll be curious if Zishdod makes a move on it. Interesting. Donal Delini, what have you discovered? You've discovered New Manchester being owned by Deathin. So hopefully Deathin do not pursue this course and end up on a direct course to Warsangali. Also, Warsangali is very poorly defended. Alucard, take it now. That will be my Warsangali. Hyrule have Ichitid warriors. Ichitid warriors are significantly stronger than regular Ichitids, due to actually being clad in armor and having a shield. However, I don't see a reason that Garrus Fikanen cannot take Hyrule, then move over to Arrakis. And I wouldn't mind the Bronx either, because the arena gives us even more income. But yes, I'm going to need to build a fort on Warsangali, and I would like another fort as well. Considering the locations, a fort on Miletus or Ingerland might not be bad. I'm heading towards Miletus. Fort. If I get an opportunity, a fort in Almitha would be good as well. I might want to consider moving that direction quickly to cut off Zishdod. But I want Hyrule as well. Do I have any units able to move out here? We have quite the army, but no one to lead them. Fortunately, we're working on that right now. So the next senior Hierophant will be ready to rock and roll. I want to make sure that I can get them black steel plating, which I have. So they're going to equip that, take the army, and then they're going to be on a warpath up to England. Secure England, cut off Zishdod by taking Almitha, recruit somebody to build a fort there, take Malacca, Colosseum, and Granada. And that'll be our stalwart defense. Fort. And I will want something else over here, probably on Pittsburgh. That's going to take some time. Forts are very expensive and take many turns to build and reinforce, but that should put me in a very safe position to hunker down and resource up. I think I want to take Aquas and Navassa. I don't really want to land here. Oh, we just found something out there. There's Ithsus. There's the old men in their formations. Oh, I like that. Also, cool looking temple. Also noteworthy, look at that fortification. That is a proper castle. It's 50% better than my crappy crab castle. Ew. That means he gets more out of the adjacent provinces. Does he actually have the unit that can make better castles? You can find architects. I know it's not Pierce Brosnan. They give you an ability to build up even better buildings. Quite expensive, but they pay off in the long term. Also, they're incredibly harder to besiege. Looks like they don't, although for all I know they have the ability to summon one. I don't know if that's possible. If you played with a truly generic nation, would you have any way of getting an architect? I don't think I've ever seen them on an indie recruit. I guess I could check, but I don't know the tag for architect. Alright, never mind that. Seafoam Islands is ours, and VF Mikey gets information to tell us that Tula is down here. There's an architect mercenary. Ah, good point. That'd be pretty badass. But how do you... You would need the mercenary to extend their contract to finish the building, right? Or can you finish a building with a non-architect? Interesting. Yeah, you can also use 9 red seconds or something like that to build an amazing citadel, probably the best one in the game. I don't really want to infringe on this, but it looks like Tula's in an excellent position here. Very defensible location. Oh, I'm concerned about Gilligan's Island. It's a connection up to Moon Lake. Oh, but I'm not concerned about this. The Netherlands in 10 years is a throne, so it's going to take Tula some time to chew through that. Looks like he could go down and round, but the point is I'm not going to pick a fight with Tula. I could, though. I could go right into Berlin's Eternal Airport and steal the farmlands from under him. Wait, they're living statues in Balaton? I'm going to look out the window. Maybe that's the noise I heard earlier. Did feel some tremors and hear some noises earlier. I'm unsure about that one. Thing is, I don't know where Tula's capital is. It's probably right here. Ah, but Donald Delini can give me the information I seek. Go over to Socotra. There's a lot of opportunities of where to go from Seafoam Islands, but where's the best? VF Mikey's got a sizable army. He could go over to Besaid. That would certainly make Melsey feel a little uncomfortable. I'm kind of tempted to go to Balaton. Stone monsters, living statues. It's cut off by water from the other places, so if they have heat scales at all, it'll be inaccessible. And it should give me the opportunity to pierce further through. I just don't know if there's more water or more land over here. Or we do the absolute power play. We take Berlin's Eternal Airport. We tell Tula to suck a fat one. The question is, can Tula get to me? Through this when frozen, yes. Let's learn a bit more about Tula. Oh boy, I do not want to fight with Tula. I forgot Tula's the Cavern Whites, probably the most devastatingly powerful race there is so far. Unsure. There's a lot of different ways to move VF Mikey here, including moving him back and focusing more on the sea area here. And that is not too bad a thing. Alright, based on the information we have, I'm going to move you to Gilligan's Island. From there, consider Tingis, but more than likely you're going to Panama Canal, Celadon City, and then taking more of the waters. Hey, the underground char facility has a throne on it. I'm looking forward to my god coming online and discovering what's going on with all these thrones. Alright, Ethsus. Ethsus have Vienna. For all I know, they're expanding south. So go into Vienna and tell me what's happening south of there. It would be great if you could butt heads with Zishdod. There's going to be a lot of intermingling AI stuff, and it's hard for me to know when they're fighting or when they're not, so it's good to have spies around to contemplate the situation. In the meantime, soft cakes. Move your way down to Chibi, please. Lupin, I will desire more information from the south, so also move towards Canada for now, and I'll figure you more out once you're there. As for safe shallows, not particularly sure I want to go beyond here. Bob-on Battlefield would give me a lot of information, but it would also leave me a little wide open. I think I'd rather just secure the resources here than... I don't like putting my neck out where the AI is, because the AI can go, oh yeah, I want your land, declare war, and then suddenly I have to consider an entire front, where I'd rather just build up my resources. Because the thing about the AI is they have a lot more resources than I do. Their money, their gems, their resources, their recruitment points, I think they all get multiplied by 190% on Mighty Mode. I don't know the exact numbers. I'm not even sure anyone's written them down for Dominion 6 yet. But I assume it's the same as Dominion's 5. How about Homer? I didn't update you to be Homer Simpson. I know I changed that in the files, but I guess I didn't copy it over. To Camelot, to Hungary. We already have someone hanging around in Orgrimmar. Maybe you take over from Orgrimmar, and Pico, I want you to tell me about Hungary. More information is better information. Again, we're working on our recruitment, and our next batch of units are going to be heading up towards Ingerland. Alright, shoot. Can you build underwater forts? Yes. I don't know if that was a general question or for our nation. Some nations cannot, but we can. There's not a lot of point to doing that currently because we don't have a lot of fighting going on underwater. But we might eventually. And Chibi's not a bad place for an underwater fort. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4 connections, centrally located. I would want to build an underwater fort if there was an important battle site and or I really wanted to get... hold on, I just remembered something. I want you. If I really wanted to suck up the resources of surrounding areas, because that's what forts do. Yeah, something I wanted to recruit a lot of. What do you mean someone's not doing something? Oh, I cancelled Softcake's movements. Sorry, get back to Chibi, please. You don't need any units in Hungary, Jake. You're already there. You know what's happening. I don't have a full idea of what's going on everywhere in Hungary. Also, we've got a subsex. We have a province called Balaton here. Frank West, the Nemoral Keeper, shall be known as the prophet of Alien Archon, god of invincible power. Prophet, you say? Battle in Hungary, you say? Oh, tell me more. First off, Warsangali. Nice seeing all the snow effects. It's more interesting to look at than heat effects. But yes, once again we've marched through the hailfire of arrows. And once again, Combat Mage doing what he does, which currently is getting shot. Why are you being shot? Don't know why it says you've taken damage. You seem fine to me. I'm enjoying the performance of the crab blenders so far. I was a little worried early on because they were taking damage to militia, but it seems that that was simply lucky hits. We haven't lost anyone in actual combat so far. That's how I like my sacreds. I like to make my sacreds such that in at least expansion combat they don't take losses, because it can be very disheartening to have to deal with that. Although what I really like is when you build an actual army rather than just having a few elite units like this, which is what really appeals to me as playing in the Roman-themed ancient guys. Oh, right! I forgot, we're deploying the mosquitoes here. The mosquitoes have taken damage, but are actually holding out there. That's bad, I want to see those mosquitoes do their thing. Was that in Hyrule? I need to keep a good eye on the mosquitoes. This is only 3 of them. You know, in an ideal fight I have 300 of them, but these are early days when resources and dosh are low. But yeah, the idea that they are actually going down there, killing and staying is impressive, especially since they're 3 to a square. If I built up a lot of these guys, they would harass a mage corps splendidly. So yes, I do actually think, rather than augmenting my front line with more of the lesser crabs, I should be getting more of these guys. Fire, shock, poison, resistant. I wonder what happens if either the rider or the mount get fatigued and the other one does not, because these mechanical mosquitoes generate exhaustion every turn, so they will kind of run out of batteries, so to speak. But yeah, this is quite impressive. Even when they jump in and are surrounded like that, they're holding their own, admittedly against a retreating unit. But hang on, did the enemy retreat because you killed Mr. Moreno? Yeah, the Holberg champion destroyed Mr. Moreno with a falchion, and Fiscon got also destroyed by a Holberg champion, so they actually won the fight. It wasn't the crab blenders, it was my, count them, 3 miniature hobbits on mechanical mosquitoes assassinating commanders. I am being won over by these units. Never often do I look at a 7 hit point unit and think, my ancestor. But yes, the crabs might be stealing the show, but actually, my secret technique is the midget. What happens if you and the AI attack a neutral province at the same time? We do what is called bumping. So one of the armies is considered the first to move, and don't ask me which one goes first, because it always feels like the AI goes first when you don't want them to. So one of them goes in and kills the enemies in a neutral province, and then the other one moves in, and you have a bump. So you have a full-fledged combat, but it is not considered a declaration of war or an aggressive action. It's just a coincidence. And again, whoever wins in that fight takes the province, so it's entirely possible that you move into a province, kill the neutrals, and then the other guy comes in, kills you, and takes the province. But it's still not considered a declaration of war. It can certainly be the precursor to a war, but diplomacy in Dominions is very surface level. AI doesn't like you, AI fights you. AI gets bored of fighting you, they're no longer considered at war with you and won't attack, but good luck figuring that out. At least there's a bit of feedback on that in Dominion 6. Whoopsie, whoopsie, killed all you guys. It wasn't me. Oh, it's happened before. Just ask the USS Liberty. Just an oopsie. Don't mind us. More Shamblers. Shamblers die. Shamblers die real easy. They also rout really easily, like at 9 morale. And then they're going to rout right into the crab blenders. Few shall survive. Especially when their blood surge is activated. Now this is what I'm talking about. Attack skill 16, defense skill 13. Level 3 from experience, blood surging. We have overcome the biggest problem these crabs had, which is their crappy skills. So what's the next problem to solve? Their magic resistance isn't very good. They probably fall horrible to a mass enslave, but I've never seen an AI do that. Even their encumbrance isn't that bad. -1 from being underwater to encumbrance? Excuse me? Is that a real thing? Yeah, this guy isn't even fatigued. And they're going to get even stronger with quickness. Oh, lordy, I can't wait. This was designed as a play via email game originally, after all. Back in the olden days. I never did any play by email stuff. Wait, that's just the same fight. Get me out of here. Aquas. Wait, isn't that the same fight again? They all kind of look the same. Right, I'm very curious about Hungary, so I sent a spy over to Hungary just to reveal the surrounding area. But it just so happens by being in Hungary, we have learned that Durand the Great, the heavy cavalry, is leading a heavy cavalry mercenary charge into cataphracts of Hungary. Well, how's that going to work out for you? Will the Magyar menace prove supreme in simultaneous combat? No, and I'll tell you why, because mercenaries have experience. They defend better, they attack better, these cataphracts. They might have the shiny armor and the good weapons, but they are not equipped for a fight in the head. They're also getting shot by their own archers. Not even archers, those are javelins. I guess it is hard to accurately throw a javelin. Yeah, there we go. The experienced mercenaries just cleave through these fools. Surprisingly low morale. What's going on here? Oh, you've got battle fright. Okay. Otherwise, though, this is good morale. Experience bonus also helping with morale. So, who bought mercenaries there? That was... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah, crap. Well, I saw a spoiler there, and I wish I hadn't, because it's very, very bad news. Anyway, over in Hungary. There we go. Pico has noticed that this is where the mercenaries are. And look at that. Zashdod are expanding mightily. Good job on them. Tell me more about Quebec. So we had a little oopsie. It started with a trip into Chibi. With a decent amount of my units here as well. Who's leading them? Softcakes. They're not all blessed. I need to have these guys on weight. Well, I suppose that's not a concern anymore, is it? Also, there was a Kraken. Did the Kraken do a number on any of them? Yeah, Kraken killed a heavy champion, but that wasn't a translucent exemplar. But here's the problem. Tula is around, and Tula didn't bring a big army. Much like me, it looks like Tula is focusing on small elite units. Led by Tim Bernard, the General? TJM Bernard. We've got the Demon Champions, the Dark-Powered Sacreds, with their obsidian magical glaives and their amazing skills. Oh, God. Because we're in deep water, it's darkness, and that boosts their skills even more. And they're even fast! Why do they have such high combat speed? So, unfortunately, the Ethereal is going to fail in the face of that magical glaive. Defense is going to fail in the face of that attack skill. Protection is going to fail in the face of that enormous strength, further boosted by darkness. And these incredible, unkillable blender crabs are suddenly blended. And yet, banishing not doing much. So I have to thank the heavens that this is considered a bump and not a declaration of war. Because these guys just tear me asunder. Ah, this poor... Look how sad that little crab looks. Attacking currently are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 giant, monstrous, fleshy, dark-powered cavern wights. And he's put out of his misery. Crab soup was made this day. On top of that, these guys have a chill aura. So if you're near them, you're going to start freezing. Also, that chill aura is stronger in the cold. And we took cold scales, so it gets cold. Mermaid Island. Oh god, some Triton scouts are going for a large-scale attack in Mermaid Island. I could prepare myself for that by boosting up province defense. How large-scale are we talking? These are shamblers. Shamblers are arse. It's probably not worth the expense of building up province defense. It's probably better to just retake the province. I don't know when that is going to happen, though. Will it be next turn or a turn after? Doesn't really matter, though. Go into Vasa, then go into Mermaid Island. Either you catch them or you kill them, and then move on from there. But yes, this is concerning. Extremely concerning. And to make matters worse, I did take Gilligan's Island, so I'm kind of breathing down Tula's neck. Also, Tula is right here. Yeah, so Tula also has the idea to go into water. That means they have a direct passageway right the way to Atlaro. Deeply concerning. Very deeply concerning, in fact. I don't even want to go to the Panama Canal because there's a good likelihood that Chibi is going there right now. And if I bump them, I'll lose VF Mikey and VF Mikey's troops. So what does one do in this kind of horrible situation? They are so strong, man. Hold on, did we learn what their bless was? Learning bless is important information. Tell me about Chibi again. They might not have had a priest to bless them. And they don't. Okay, so I don't know their bless. They don't get their bless active until a priest blesses them in combat. There is a nation that automatically gets that. I think it's Ind. But we're not playing with or as Ind. Alright, Tingus is dangerous because, as we can see, there are more of their Cavern Whites over in Akihabara. At least they won't be boosted by Dark Power. So I could still try my luck at Tingus. But the fact that he's in Chibi tells me he's probably already taken... Well, he hasn't taken Gangplank Galleon. How in the world did he take that? Did he go underground? The underground is a terrifying place to meet them again, because that's also darkness. We need an anti-undead plan sooner rather than later. Or we could just avoid them. Avoidance is good. I don't like the fact that I've been denied all these waters, though. I really thought Tula might be distracted over here. Of course, Tula has access to even more waters. They've got a good position, do Tula. They're really safe from non-water nations, and they can destroy water nations, so... What direction now, VF Mikey? I could take the offense to Milse, try to strangle them in their crib. Because it doesn't look like they're performing very well. And if I took another capital, that would boost my power significantly. But I don't have anywhere near enough power to take down a wall. We're very, very slowly doing research, like agonizingly slowly, because our ability to research is pathetic. Our mages are expensive and they're not very good, so that's going very slowly. Sieging Malays would be a lot of work, and I'd have to dedicate most of my army to it. That doesn't mean I can't do it. For example, once I'm done securing this land, it might be the logical course of action to go south, blitz Melse and take their capital, and that will have a very strong power base. Hopefully strong enough to throw something, anything at Tula. Like, how about a distraction? Anyway, Warsong Galley is ours, and I need a fort there. I'm going to recruit a crappy indie commander. Alucard could move on, or he could begin the construction of the palisades, save me a month on building. But I think I'd rather keep the expansion going. That makes sense to me. Garrus, take Arrakis. You gonna be fine there? Not really, but you're gonna have to hold out regardless. Actually, Alucard could come together with you. Yeah, let's see. Heavy cavalry make up a lot of what you are. We can handle a heavy cavalry charge, but I'd rather handle it very well. We're also going to invest in province defense here because I don't want to lose the province. So we're going to make sure we take Arrakis. I certainly want that income. And then we're going to split Airlock, Bronx, and try and sweep south. All the while having more of an army would be good. Liara Tassoni is at the ready for that. There are the good units. There are units to add to that to bulk it out. You're on guard commander duty. Stay behind troops. Also hold an attack. I find that the blessings are not landing well enough, so hold an attack. Maybe cast blessing 3 times instead. Right, so where are you going to go? I want you to head towards the RCPD. Clearly the waters are too dangerous right now. Pain Elemental, I want you to just wait on Benefact. Tell me if any AI encounters it. Jeff Moreau in Pittsburgh. Oh wait, didn't I think about going around this way? I probably didn't. I forgot there was a river in the way. Or maybe it was frozen when I last looked at it, but it looks like Zishdod have heat scales. Get me more information by going around to Carthago, please. Donal Delini. We can see that Tula are expanding south. Get over to Sparse Reef and tell me about this location as well, please. Crash MSO. There is more to be learned via Treasure Trove Cove, but possibly via Hokkaido, please. Yes, actually, I want to see what's here. Okay. Are you guys going to work together here? Not quite. You get over there. You get over here. Let's have you do it like that. Alright, that should be good. If you keep expanding north, you're going to get sandwiched between 4 factions. Yep. But if I expand a lot and aggressively, I will have more resources with which to repel those 4 factions. And I am strongly thinking that by strangling Malays in the cot, I will be able to get a ton more resources. Because as you can see, look at a capital. Income 400 as opposed to 100. And this is a good province. Better than this 18. Lots of resources, lots of recruitment points. Capitals are good. So if I'm able to kill Melse, yeah, I'm dangerously close to Tula, but I'm hoping... Oh, wait, crumbs. If I go north, I just meet Tula again. Tula's like my ultimate counter here. Wait, that's not true. Deathin is there in New Manchester. If Deathin takes Socotra, he's going to cut Tula off from me, and they're going to squabble over that. That is the dream right there. Which is all the more reason to secure Arrakis and the Bronx, so that he's going north instead of over to me. Let's learn a bit more about Deathin. Right, so Deathin have these Centaur champions, good defense skill, and they're going to need that against those mighty glaives. They still get impaled like hell, but they're very cheap. This is a very good unit. I hope they make a lot of them. Here's our Sacreds, good skills, fire resistant. Ah, susceptible to cold. So about that frost aura that those undead cavern wights have, gonna destroy the Wardens of Fire. Well, Godspeed. Bring some magic. Bring some death magic, maybe. Do these guys have any weaknesses? Could someone please explain the weakness? They've got a lot of hit points. They've got very good skills, especially in darkness. They tear down forts, they resist cold, they resist poison, they don't need to eat. No supply problems, spirit sight, massive strength, long enough to repel. Being undead is about their only weakness, but they still have magic resistance 14, which is pretty good. That's difficult to banish. And even if you do land a banishment, it doesn't kill, it just does damage, and they got 66 health to sponge through. Massive map move, surprisingly good combat speed. They don't hit. It is 1 attack per square, that's their main weakness. But it's magical, so you can't deflect that with ethereal. And their attack skill isn't bad. I suppose these guys would have a hard time with heavy cavalry. And to a lesser extent centaurs, actually. So maybe if Deathin actually brings some of their white centaurs, they'd be able to handle that. The point is I want that to not be my problem. Low precision. Force them to equip ranged weapons. Brilliant idea. I guess they wear metal armor, right? We could rust that off, but they have natural protection as well. Whites are good at that as well. Okay, well, enough worrying about what could be. Let's worry about where we are. I just got done working a 16-hour shift, says Vino Paolo, the far more overworker. Dominions is on with a glorious sight. Well, given what we've just seen, I'm not so sure about glorious. I need that construction 7 for forts really badly. But my research is so terrible. Alright, there we go. Unsurprisingly, we encounter humans. We turn humans into crab soup. Which is soup for crabs, not made of crabs. We've seen that kind of crab soup so far. There was the Battle Mermaid Island. I didn't reinforce because I didn't want to spend money on it. So here's the heavy cavalry, which I'm convinced our units can handle rather solidly. Defense skill 17 is something, but also their commanders here in the back line, the little midgets on the mechanized mosquitoes, they move in, instantly gimp their priest, but the priest wasn't the only commander. As you can see, we've got mounted commanders here. Who do we have for that? Cassandra Classic is back. Lenaro's here. We killed the new governor, but we've got Garrus and Alucard on our side, so unless they destroy my mosquitoes. I'm actually curious how the mosquitoes are holding out so well. Even with all that being harassed, their defense skill is through the roof, and if they do land a hit, they have to get through 17 protection, which is quite a bit. So what's happening here? So when you hit them, you still hit the shield. The shield absorbs the blow. Shield absorbs the blow. Armor absorbs the blow. They're good. They're surprisingly tanky for midgets. The problem with midgets is, unless they have good armor and good defense skill, they just eventually get trounced. And these ones might still die. They are taking damage. Yeah, there we go. So the rider got killed on this one. That one got entirely killed. Now it's just a mosquito on its own. And now they're all dead. A sad sight to see. However, that did buy some time for the crabs to cleave their way through the cavalry charge and engage with the heavy infantry proper. And the heavy infantry should properly die. Goodbye. Blessed be the heroic. I actually lost a translucent exemplar in combat there. Unusual, but it will happen. But yeah, since heavy cavalry was the second listed unit there, I knew there were a lot of them. 14 is a fair bit to eat on a cavalry charge. Wait, why do I know what happened in Sparse Reef? Ah, okay, so Donald Delaney has bore witness to the Cavern Whites coming in and just destroying Indies. And we can also see Quebec. Some of you half-stacks may die. That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make. Such lesser beings. Archers, can you hold? Can you hold against heavy infantry? Absolutely not. And they tried, and they shot down 2 of them, but that's not good enough. Shot down 2 of them, but they scored 5 kills. That means they killed each other more than they killed the enemy. So there was the big attack in Merman Island. Death is hitting Aquas. Damn it, Slippy. Ah, but luck is here. What was that about 3 moons? One night there were 3 moons, an omen of great fortune. And as expected, in come the Tritons. I could have defensed up to deal with that few of them, but I couldn't guarantee the number that there would be, so the way I saw it, just let them take the province, and I shall take it back. Reinforce the Vasa, reclaim Merman Island, because it's cutting off the Vasa and Aquas. I don't get this income because there's no direct line to a fort, which could be fixed by putting a fort there. Right, you there, construct a palisade, and put a lot of defense up there. I need defense here. Phoenix, where am I sending you? Yeah, I'm sending you to Mount Fuji. We don't have our little mosquitoes anymore, so I'm just going to reinforce you with another unit. Very small army numbers here. Do I even want the airlock? It does have dancing lights, glamour gems. We have glamour access. I can make use of that. I'm just terrified at being adjacent to Tula. So do I leave this and hope that Death Inn take it? I don't know how this land connects, if at all. Death Inn might be going that way. They might be coming from that way. Huh, there are multiple arenas. I guess better to staple your land than let them staple their land to you. So let's split up, take the Bronx and the airlock. Who's got the more units here? Alucard has more units, so Alucard take the airlock. It looks like the more dangerous fight. Possibly converge in Zeth, unless Mount Fuji is a very easy throne to take. We'll bypass it, not via Pizza Tower. I'm going to leave that to the pros. Ugh, there's a cave there. These Cavern Whites appearing in the caves and coming out and killing me is a severe threat. Because they dominate the caves due to darkness. It's scary. I might have Spirit Sight, but I don't get boosted by darkness like they do. Go and check out SeaWorld. Crash MSO, tell me about the Seto Inland Sea. Fisken. Ooh, Solstheim is an easy throne to take. Okay, so Melse might not be expanding much, but look at that army here. Melsish swordsmen, Jotun champions, netters, spear champions. Let's get an idea of what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with Tandy, of course. Now, they do have good counters to me with their magical weapons, but the tall guys don't have magical weapons, and they've got pretty crappy attack skill. So if I'm mostly fighting Jotun champions, and I believe they mentioned netters. Netters use coral spears, which can do magical poison damage, but the weapon itself is benign. I think we could take them. I think once we nail down our expansion, our first target is killing Melse. Which means we're going to sweep this, we're going to begin the erection of our forts. So I wanted Warsangali. Did I want Miletus or England? I think I wanted Miletus and Almetha if possible. It's taking a bit long to get over to... Oh crap, why did I send Liara Tassoni to the RPD? I wanted you in England. Ah, crumbs, I managed to instantly forget that. But I guess pinning in Melsi is not a bad idea. The thing is, these units can already do that. That is a shame, but I will have another army at the ready to move north, so Liara Tassoni can take them. Thankfully, our combat priests have not unreasonable leadership, so they can take them north. I don't know the game that well, but can you hire units from other cultures outside of province defense? Yes. You can hire indie units. And those indie units vary from province to province. We've got slingers here. We've got militia and light infantry here. We've got fish people here, the Ichitids. And this guy could break me into nature, but that is a sad guy to be recruiting. So yes, you can do that. Most of them are quite bad. But some of them are exceptionally good. You can find things like Pegasus out there, which are pretty cool. Sacred as well. Ah, we found Emut. Emut is not looking very good right now. Completely pinned down by Zishdod. Although, do they take the safe shallows? No, that's me. Looks like a bad day to be Emut. What was Emut's shindig? Oh, Emut's the Abyssians. I'm actually surprised you're getting destroyed here. Oh, but Zishdod are fire resistant, so stands to reason your big strength is getting countered like that. I wonder who could possibly have big strengths countered by a nation inherently. I like recruiting indie mages if they have a path I don't get otherwise. Gives you more options. Yeah, indie mages are definitely good. I don't think we've seen particularly interesting indie options. Somebody told me there's a way to check on this screen. But I can't remember where or how. Guess I'm just checking the old-fashioned way. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything in particular that's interesting. I get this Nature Wolf Shaman, but he's an inept researcher, so he's hard to actually research with. And he's even more expensive than my own guys, so he's not particularly promising. But yeah, getting breakout access like that can be very important. I think it's one of the hotkeys to display available units. Mages, priests, orders, patrols. Not seeing anything about how to... oh wait, hide show commanders. Tab? No, that shows the ones that exist there. Game is full of hotkeys. X for province details? Ah, there we go. That shows the recruitables. They're so small though. I don't... If I made the screen bigger... Yeah, no, that doesn't help me. Too small to discern there. I'd rather do it the more manual way, all things considered. Right, some places need a little bit more province defense. Easy thing to forget, and then suddenly you get attacked by a single unit and everything dies. Alright, so we're moving out to the airlock, moving out to the Bronx, moving out to that throne, moving to the RCPD via through Shadow Ranch. And then I think I just want to pin down Milsey, but not in an aggressive manner. We're going to, I don't know, be a beta orbiter around them here. RCPD, Shadow Ranch, Canton, Vardenfell, Vice City. Maybe not as far as Vice City. I don't know what's over here. And I don't have a spy at the ready to discover that for me. Wish I did, though. Could I get one? We got any spies around here that I could recruit? Feels completely random where you get recruitable spies. But I love spies. Information is power. Heavy cavalry can be useful if you don't have another way of flanking. Yeah, but we do. We got our mechanical mosquitoes. And I like my mechanical mosquitoes. Right, the entire nation rejoices. Mr. Fontaine, god of Atlaro, king of the rivers, fountain of all waters, and the drinker of blood, has awakened. Now, does that take effect in the Bronx immediately? Because sometimes I think it doesn't. We will immediately see once the blessing is down. Okay, bless yourself then, you cheeky bastard. Yes, quickness is active. Okay, that's good. Witness the difference of being quick and being not. These guys got the bless. This one did not. Actually, that could cause problems. Maybe I definitely should have them on wait. Quickness means that... Hold on, maybe it says for us here. You run twice as fast. You strike twice as fast. You also age twice as fast, but during battle, not noticeable. Usually, I think it affects decay. So, we don't live that long, but this is fine for our regular foot troops in combat. But suddenly, instead of striking once, or rather 2 times per combat turn, we strike 4 times. And we land more often, and we blood surge. The crabs have now actually become the crab blenders. Now, this isn't enough to counter the cavern wights, but it's enough to counter just about everything that isn't cavern wights. Look at them come and look at them go. Who the hell hit me with electricity there? Did one of them have an item on them? Yes, the Thunder Whip, and Garrus Vicarian has taken it. That is muckle amusing. So now he uses his pincers and a Thunder Whip instead of using his glaive. That might not be a good thing for you to have. But it is highly amusing. Alright, Garrus, you're going to keep that. Yeah, the glaive does a lot more damage, but this thing goes bajoot. Also, it's got very good length, so very good for repelling. Although so's a glaive. Alright, well, you've earned it. You can keep it, Garrus. It's not the right thing to do, but it's what I'm going to do. There was a battle in the Frostpunk generator that we were privy to. Oh, did I say Emoot were drowning in the cradle? What I meant was Emoot have been assembling an army. And they're ready to march. Good lord, that's a good army. So they've got human-bred Abyssians. They're fire-resistant but don't have heat aura. They carry crossbows and tower shields, which is a bizarre combination. It's like I'm fighting Vlandian troops and Bannerlord here. They brought their priest, so I can check their bless. They have brought ogres. They brought battle axe-wielding human-breed bandits. A lot of human breeding going on here. Disgusting. Where are the purebred Abyssians? I guess they're not about that, are they? What about on the front lines? Now here we go. Actual Abyssian legionaries riding around on giant scorpion beasts with armor-piercing pincers, death poison granting tails. If I get hit by that, my crab dies, which is sad. And they're fire sentinels. They fight with their bare fists and chakrams, but they have heat aura. They also have glamour with 2 things and are sacred. On top of that, they ride around on fossil giants wielding battle axes. Hard freaking core. Alright, get over there. These indies are so dead, it's just a question of how dead. Oh, right, the bless. What is your bless? Shock resistance, poison resistance, magic resistance, and forest survival. That's nothing that has any particular bearing on my fights, because I don't use shock, poison, or magic, at least not currently. Actually, Garrus got his shock Thunder Whip, so he'll be horrifically displeased if he ends up fighting that. Interestingly, the scorpions themselves don't have fire resistance. This is something that was fixed in a later version of the randomizer, but I don't have it. But isn't that just more terrifying? On top of everything else, the scorpion that's charging at you is on fire. That might actually be a source of some of their woes for expansion. Fossil giants, though, are they fire resistant? Absolutely. Yeah, mounts are meant to share resistance with the writer to prevent that. And it is fixed in the later version of the randomizer, but I don't have that. I wonder if I could manually fix it. I don't see a reason why I couldn't just go into the files and change the scorpion to have fire resistance. Probably do that for the next time. Note that they also set all the bushes around them on fire as well. It was a really nice addition to actually add rocks and bushes and mushrooms and trees and things into combat arenas. Alright, jolly good there. Yeah, the enemies actually scored some kills on them, so they're not invincible. But it's an impressive army nonetheless. What about Mermaid Island? It's reminding me how few units I have. But now these units have quickness, and that's so good. That means even if they need to go and protect the commander, they can rush back rapidly. Oh, or they'd rather go and take out this one guy. Oh, that's the commander. Bye, commander. And bye, everyone. Battle in the RCPD, where I did not intend to send Liara to Sony, but I did. And now I tell them to wait, so they actually get their blessing up. Quickness giving that... Wait, what? Oh, he's limp, so of course he doesn't have defense skill. Ah, you actually became limp because you got smashed by the champion. Also, you're not sacred, so I don't really care about you going limp. It's kind of hard to tell the sacreds from the non-sacreds. You gotta wait for them to kind of turn see-through. I guess it's worth noting that the sacreds use tridents and the non-sacreds use yaris, so you can tell. If it looks like a fork, it's a sacred. If it's a knife, it's a throwaway. Yaris are good, though. Long weapons in general are good. There are very few cases where a short weapon is superior to a long one. Of equal stats, that is. That's why I love glaives, I love tridents. One of them, I swear, hits multiple times. What's going on in the airlock? Get those blesses up and shred them. God, I love quickness. Literally killing twice as fast. In fact, faster than twice as fast because your hits are more likely to land. Attack skill 18. And I don't need darkness boosted for that. Of course, Wraith Lords have two-handed weapons. I don't know if they get extra reach. Two-handed does not inherently mean they get extra reach. If your unit is large, he gets +1 reach on a weapon. Wraith Lords are not large, but you could make them large. There are ways to make units bigger, which is quite funny. Seto Inland Sea. So, oh god, Tula is here as well. How are you going to work against devils? So this is just one of their demon champions completely surrounded by devils. And actually he's getting mogged. Thank goodness for that. Hold on, you've got poison resistance and you got poisoned? Qu'est-ce qu'il est qui? What? The imp hit the demon with its claw. Damage roll of 50 plus 16 for 58 points of poison damage. What? I can only assume that one of you caused poison or poison dart or something. Maggots. Maggots. Sorry, I didn't realize Team Fortress 2's soldier was one of our commanders here. Who did such a thing? Ah, they're undead, so maggots. Of course. Who's doing the maggots? Here we go. Maggots dealing 50 poison damage to an undead, plus 16 on an exploding dice roll. Okay, interesting counter there. I don't have nature access, but wow. This guy is extremely dead. Well, he's already dead. He's undead, in fact, but now he's going to be food for the maggots. Well, you did what my glorious crabs could not hope to do. That won't be enough to win the fight, of course. These things are terrifying, and these pathetic woodmen with their blowpipes aren't exactly doing much against this. Also, their mages are getting really tired out. Does maggots cost gems to cast? I hope not, for these guys' sake. Pretty cool, though. Oh, wait. Vital information here. This province, Seto Inland Sea, has the Woodhenge Druid. I really want the Woodhenge Druid, but it's not worth carving a path through all of this just to get one province with them. They're common enough. I will find them again. Anyway, this is really good news for me for a variety of reasons. Tula is now engaging in a many front, not war. As far as I know, they're not currently at war with the AIs, but if Death Inn goes to Socotra, or if Tula goes to Socotra, preferably Death Inn, because I do not want to border with Tula, not here. Not where there's a bridge for them to cross over into my lands with. Then that's a point of conflict and war. Now they've gone and stuck their nose pretty close, adjacent in fact to the cap circle of Ithsus. And then down south they have both Emut and Zishdod. So my biggest, most threatening foe is already butting heads with a lot of nations. That is good. The down part is, because they're butting heads with a lot of nations, that means they've taken a lot of land. That's a lot of resources. That's a lot to crank out their mystifyingly cheap cavern whites of death. So times will probably get worse before they get better. Rio Grande do Sul has been robbing gold for me. Excellent, thank you very much. And Melitus has been buffing its defense for me. Also, Lupin was discovered in Canada and put to sword. So our exploration here has come to an end. Except Crash MSO was witty enough to get out of there with their head still on their shoulders. I want you in Pallet Town, and I want you to wait in Pallet Town and tell me what happens there. Donal Delini, I want you to go to the White Sea. There's not much left of the land for me to learn about, at least on top side. In the underground, there's still everything to learn. Liara Tassoni's units will probably get ravaged by these 90 barbarians. Widely considered one of the strongest independent types. They die horribly to missile fire, but they're horrific in melee, and melee is how we're engaging them. Mr. Fontaine, I actually need you to research, because my research is going agonizingly slowly. There's nothing worthwhile that you could cast for me, unless I want Incubus and Succubus. Funnily, I'd have about 66 spare blood slaves for that, so yes, you're on research duty. Unless you could forge something cool. I don't need air breathing for anybody. All with pathetic protection, Ice Lance, Coral Blade. Well, Coral Blade's a good way to get hit points and just draw blood. Does draw blood absorb? No, it makes enemies bleed, of course. Mirage Bowls. Hey, the Lucky Coin. Lucky Coin is pretty cute, but shouldn't be necessary. Luck doesn't affect our units that much because most hits they take aren't fatal. And by the time they get to the fatal one, they've probably taken a bunch of injuries. It's better for something like a Hauberg, who any hit is fatal for. I like this tablecloth of marvelous feasts. Sometimes I like to imagine if I could have one item of each rarity type from Dominions and have it function in the real world, what would I like? And as lesser magical items go, I'd be very tempted by the tablecloth of marvelous feasts. You just get to gorge yourself on food, but it's not fattening at all. You think it's real, but you don't actually gain any calories from it. That's pretty cool. You know, if you could have all the joys of eating and none of the downsides, that'd be badass. Anyway, you're getting researching, so I have nothing better for you to do right now. And the sooner I can get to the gate cleaver, the happier I'll be. Do I want more eyes down here? Actually, even though somebody just died down there, I'm going to send Rocket Racist down to Alexandria. I want to know what's happening there. We regained the Mermaid Island. Put more defense on Mermaid Island. It means all this province income starts coming my way again. You seem to have problems getting over to Bumbly Beach. Is that a problem that I can make not my problem? I'm tempted to take Bumbly Beach. How large is your army these days, Pi? Ugh, it's not grown at all. But they haven't picked up any injuries, and they've picked up a ton of experience, and they have quickness now. You know what, Pi? You're going in. Bumbly Beach, Franconia, Atmora, and someone is going to have to put up a fort. I'm going to put up a fort in... Hang on, could I take Godhome? Light Cavalry, Wolf Tribe Archers, Wolf Tribe Warriors. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. I still want to go to England, but if I could reinforce Godhome, that would be pretty cool. Given how large and powerful they've become, fighting with Zishdod seems like a bad idea. I should really take England and Almetha so I can put a fort in Almetha and just claim the lands. The more I postpone that, the worse things get. Knives and forks. Put a few knives on guard duty. Have Abde back here. It's hold and attack, hold and attack. I want the forks a bit further forward. I mean, they're going to be... Actually, no, I should mix them together, right? No good reason not to. Inefficiencies with blessing is actually a good reason to not mix them. I can't set up fancy lines with them. You need 100 leadership to be able to give formations, but that's okay. You will bless these guys. They'll get in. They will destroy. I really should move on England, though. I want England in a... More specifically, I want a fort on Almethia. And I still want a fort on Miletus, which I never got around to doing. don't have anyone to recruit for that, although I could send a spy there. Andarius, it's your job to make me a fort. You can call it Fort Andarius if you like. Nay, I insist that you call it Fort Andarius. Also Mount Fuji. Ooh, interesting. Why is that interesting? Mount Fuji is pretty crappy. Crappily defended, I mean, which means it has a throne that I can just take for myself. What if I move into Zeth, move into Aris Dome, converge on Mount Fuji, and protect it, rather than expanding south? Because Liara Tassoni is on the south. Yes, that's a good idea, even. I know it's a good idea, because I came up with it. Next turn, I'll recruit a commander here and send the commander into Mount Fuji to start erecting a fort. This gateway to the Undermountain is a concern, but when is it not a concern? Alright, that's yet another fort I want, but the treasury is growing a lot, actually, so I'm more than okay with that. I want you in Pallet Town. I want you to tell me what happens in Pallet Town, please. Alright, very good. The scout forgot to mention the Sentinels. Oh, no, we don't talk about the Sentinels. Was it Sentinels? I thought it was some other name, but it might have been Sentinels. God, that lightning strike was deadly. Right, Mr. Fontaine has discovered 4 previously unknown thrones. I wonder if he tells me what type they are as well. Now, this is us attacking into Zeth. I'm fairly confident my units can handle this now with quickness, because like I said, they've already been performing well, and now they perform more than twice as good. Just cannot be hit. This poor guy. He's so slow. He can't keep up with the others. That means even my priest is quickened. Actually, that makes the bodyguards a lot worse. But that's all the more reason I want them to stay behind the troops and cast spells. Which hopefully they do without complaint. Shadow Ranch. Once again, this is Tassoni taking a far too large group of my units. Oh yeah, there we go. Those barbarians don't stand a chance. The thing about barbarians is they hit pretty hard with a great sword. And assuming they're not routing, they have standard attack skills, so it's reasonable enough to get through. But not a problem for us, surely. Yeah, not a scratch. Aris Dome. Once I nail things down, we're really going to have to make an actual army that can stand up against the enemies. Because whilst we are having a delicious time dealing with Indies, the nations that we fight against are a whole different kettle of fish. And we can see Tula once again going on the rampage. He doesn't need a lot of units to cause a lot of harm. A lot like me in that regard. The problem is his units are, I hate to say it, better than mine. Although I don't die to maggots. Also, that 1 attack per square is actually something that could really bite them in the bum. If they don't land the hit with the Obsidian Glaive on me, then they're just a sitting duck to my 8 attacks per square on them. They hit once, I hit back 8 times. They might have 17 protection, but we've got pretty good strength. The thing is, we need to hit him 8 times to kill him. Yeah. Well, as long as it's not dark. I hope there's no Throne of Darkness. That would be so bad for me. Are we enjoying the crab people so far? Yes, we are, but we have found that we have enemies that counter us really, really hard, and we need to work on countering them. We're doing a big, aggressive land grab, more aggressive than I normally do, but the power of the crabs are able to take care of that. I don't think crabs on their own were good enough, but being able to give them a particularly strong bless, especially with quickness, is helping out a lot. They get stuck in, they immediately trigger their blood surging, and then suddenly, yeah, this is the skills we're looking at. 18 attack, 13 defense, 22 protection. I just wish those pincers were armor piercing. I don't know why they're not. Maybe the game just rolls the dice on deciding whether or not to give pincers armor piercing. But yeah, quickness is an expensive bless for a reason. Right, now that you have that, get back to Franconia. Oh, I think I've been forgetting to recruit my Hierophants. Why is VF Mikey back here? Ooh, Ada Wong did pop out with glamour. Alright, Ada Wong, your job is to site search. I hate automating site search because I don't trust it, but I'm just going to manually have you go around and explore for things. Right, VF Mikey. Why is VF Mikey here? Where was he before? What was I doing with you? That's right, that's right. We had a bit of an encounter and I decided to pull you back after things looked a little hairy back there. It's a bit of a shame. I should have taken Panama Canal because Tula didn't move in for it. And it might not be risky to move in for it now because Tula seems hellbent on moving over to Pallet Town? Is he desperate for his very own Pokemon? Who wouldn't be? Right, forks on one side, knives on the other. I should actually probably intensify your bodyguarding. I really need to build up infrastructure. We've not built any forts and no temples, and we need to fix both of those things. Having some indie priests would really help out. But I don't like the idea of putting infrastructure on the coast when my enemy can move over there and just take me, so I want to build it somewhere a bit safer. Somewhere like Lochel? But VF Mikey, I want to go on a rampage here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Strike God home together. I could actually try killing Ithsus. But although they're small here, they're probably pretty dense. Probably going to give me a hard time doing that. No, take God home and secure God home, because that way Pi can secure it properly. And then we can head north, or just go wherever you're needed. By that point, the bulk of the expansion phase should be over. Still haven't moved on Socotra. Oh, I want them to move on Socotra really badly. Right, well, it's time to secure some thrones. Remember, that's how you win this game. You secure thrones. Phoenix Wright, I want you to go to Socotra. I want advanced warning when either army moves into Socotra. Even though I would actually like you in Harlem instead. Nah, Harlem. And Darius, it's your job to construct palisades here, which will someday become a beautiful fort. Modesty, your job is to check Socotra. Ah, I was too late. The Zishdodan champions moved into Almethea. But I will deny them England, and I will still fort up England. Yeah, I could have made this mine if Liar Tassoni hadn't taken a trip down to the RCPD. But she did, so let's take advantage of the situation that we are in. Take out the cantons, take out Vardenfall, maybe take out Solstheim. And then really put the pressure on Milsey, but I think Milsey could really, really give me a hard time. Especially because they'll punch through my lines. I have no forts to keep them back. Maybe enclose them? Here's Gomdor, by the way. Gomdor have the freaks. I'm not convinced the AI can play very well with freaks. But at least I know they're there. Defending England. I'm invading England. VF Mikey's on the rampage. And I'm repeating the recruitment of the senior hierophant. Yeah, but I need more research, so I gotta get more of these apprentices. But I would really like more kings. Give me, that's 1, and then 1, and 3, and then 1, and then you. That should do me for a short while at least. Eats into my translucent exemplars, but it'll be a while before I have enough temples to not have to worry about that so much. So I'm going to be putting my fort on Godhome. Do I also want a fort in Pittsburgh? It'll keep Zishdod out of my face. I wish there was something good to recruit. That's a good reason to put down forts. Atmura could have Woodhenge Druids in it. So it might be worth holding out to see if it's worth doing there. I'll move you into here and then consider what to do with you afterwards. Pico, you wait in Pallet Town. Tell me what happens down there. Denal Delini, you've been a very, very hard-working spy for me. You have revealed that the White Sea and its adjacents are free from the Tula menace for now. Telling me that I actually should have gone Balaton to White Sea and I chickened out and I regret it now. Oh well. Punished. Denal, could you just wait there? No, actually, tell me what's happening in Brazil. It's not going to be good news, but tell me what's happening. Ooh, VF Mikey can get to Codhome in 2 shots if I take the sea route. Don't do it that way, though. Take Atmora first. Do I really want you to converge in Atmora? Seems like a waste of everyone's time. Nah, I want to make sure Godhome goes down nice and easy. In that case, take God home first. VF Mikey goes Rio Grande do Sul, you go Bumblebee Beach, Franconia, converge into Codhome, then go to Atmora. Yeah, the sooner I get the throne, the better, right? I want more turns with its positive effect. At this point, it should be a win condition. Balaton spawns somewhere on the map, you own it. That sounds too easy. Or it should be part of the win condition, maybe. We're being attacked in Lübeck with no declaration of war. Oh, here's a declaration. Zishdod declares war upon your unholy nation with an immediate invasion of Lübeck. That's right, Franconia. I was hesitating on this place because of the elephants. And now I'm saying, we'll be fine. They're just elephants. Ethereal can negate trampling, but if it doesn't, we're in trouble. Also, elephants are really quick to rout. That said, they're making a steam line for pi hour profit. And see, my crabs are completely broken up, so they don't get benefits of fighting side by side. Which is just a case of having the enemy have multiple targets. There we go. The morale of the elephants gave out, because they could see it behind them. All their crummy slinger humans getting destroyed by my blitzing elephants. Very good. To my surprise, one of my champions died there. First casualty we've had. I'm actually curious how he died. I think he got split up by the elephants and then surrounded and destroyed by the infantry. Did he? Translucent champion is dead. Why? Ah, yeah, he got trampled. Trampled for 17 damage. Ethereal did not negate that. That's why I stayed away from the elephants, but now they've claimed one for their own. Right, Lübeck. How much of a problem is this about to be? Oh my lord! They have brought in Leogryphs. They have brought in horned serpents with venomous armor-negating fangs. They have got that damn unhittable Fey horse. They've got several of them. And they brought in their poison-resistant light mace champions. And their elite skirmishers. Whoa! Okay. Guess I'm not getting that throne anytime soon. Good morale knows Leogryphs. Good morale knows horned serpents. They're bringing some archers for good measure. Well, I don't think my province defense here is going to last particularly long. Squish. Anything I can take away from this? Yeah, they don't use magical weapons. That's got to be a plus. They have a hard time getting through that armor with their benign attacks. We can repel this, but man, that's a big investment to repel with no real benefit for me other than the enemy not having these resources anymore. At the time, though, they starve me by taking Lübeck. The Fae don't have magical weapons. I don't think the Rider does. I would not be surprised if the Mount has a magical horn, but that shouldn't be enough to pierce through our incredible armor. It's just going to pierce through the ethereal. The best defense is a multi-layered defense. The more thing an enemy has to chew through, the better you're going to be. Let's have a quick look at the Fey Rangers. Benign Battle Axe and just a hoof. Oh, they're not unicorns. Funny, I just thought this was a way of saying it's a unicorn, but no, I guess Fey Horse is just magical yet benign attacking horse. I don't know, I'm not into that kind of stuff. What's happening in the Canton? Should be an easy fight. They have archers and arid environment and are dead. Deader than dead. And we moved into Ingerland. Come on, crabs. Blitz those barbarians. Another exemplar dead, though. The attrition is beginning. Admittedly, that's against 70 barbarians. Something was going to get through. And Etten and his brother are eating commoners and sheep. Rid the land of the hero in the haunted this isn't going to go well, is it? 2 Ettens against province defense. Unless we get some lucky hits, I think they're going to die. Well, I didn't need this province, I guess. You've gone limp. Yeah, 39 great club damage coming in. I'd need my elites to take care of you. Gareth Fakinnen's brave deeds are told by bards. All troops commanded by him are less likely to break, so he's even more inspirational. Excellent. Even though this goes up to 100, doesn't grant the 100 boost to actually giving formations and such. However, we have taken the Throne of War. My blessed troops get even more attack skill, assuming I claim this throne, which I cannot do currently, but someday I will. It also has a mine of splendid iron, so I absolutely want to establish this as a fort. Now, this is a bit of a problem. I want these units to come back and save me from the onslaught of Zishton, but I will struggle on that because I need to hold this in case Death In start thinking they want a piece of me. It's also going to take a bit of time for my prophet to come over from Godhome and claim it, but I do want this throne. I want it a lot. So for now, I guess what I do is... Ooh, indie priests are available. Alright, what we do then is Garrus, you construct a palisade. Alucard, you construct a temple. I'm going to have to build a fort on the airlock if Death In doesn't take it before long, and I might have to do that anyway. Build a spy and tell the spy to start building up a fort. I'm going to need to put up a defense here, because if I get attacked on this side as well, I'm in a very bad situation. And to think I was planning on strangling Melcy. I still am, but such plans might have to be put on the back burner for now. Defense of the realm is of vital importance. Everywhere got province defense. Shadow Ranch does not, and Franconia does now. Can recruit elephants, but the morale is too low. It's hard to put elephants to good use, in my opinion. It's great if you have national elephants that can overcome some of those penalties, and if you get blessed elephants, oh, you're cooking then. Nature access, but it's not good nature access. I would really like my own Woodhenge Druid. Well, maybe we get one out of Atmora, but what in the world are they going to do here? I'm a little worried because Solid Snake couldn't handle that. Solid Snake would get ravaged. And to be honest, he could just go on a warpath around my lands. I could go on a counter warpath using Solid Snake. I think I'd be able to destroy his province defense pretty handily. But my problem is if my army is split up, his large army is just going to chew them apart here and there and everywhere. You guys are moving in here, right? Come on, take that throne for me. Yeah, there we go. It's a bit more of an army, although notably, not a bazillion sacreds. Also, bring you guys considerably further back, please. Divine Blessing makes my life easier in these kinds of situations as well. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is I have to sustain whatever attacks they're bringing, and they might just ravage this area for me. But we have banked a lot of money, we can handle that. And then once my Sacred is back and reinforced from Atlaro, kick them out and take a big chunk out of their land. How big a chunk, I don't know. I'm not sure if I can sustain a full-scale war against these guys, because if I get attacked on any of my flanks, that is game, set, and match for me. And pinning in Melcy like this might backfire enormously, because they are going to be miffed at my actions for sure. I won't infringe on their cap circle, though. The AI hates that. And I can see why, because I hate it as well. You're working Warsangali. Maybe I take Vardenfell, Gold Coast, and Quantum Golf on the way around, because I know I'm having to wait a while for these guys. There's no point investing in province defense in any of these places, because they will destroy it instantly, and it'll just be a waste of money. It won't even deal damage to them, I'm sure. Hey, the Throne of Bones is here in Brazil. The Throne of Bones gets Undying 3 on all troops. That's what I was talking about earlier when I said troops that you kill and they refuse to die, because they believe in their gods so hard. Keep on exploring here, Denal. Curious what's going on. Aldegras, please grab more of our units. Take a few of those as bodyguards. My units are quite slow and they struggle to move on the map particularly fast. You're probably going to have to just wait here for a while until everybody else is ready to counterattack. But yeah, Solid Snake is now on a job to cut these guys off. I need you to storm through this while they're busy storming through me. And they are going to storm through me. Oh god, what about Ada Wong? She's a sitting duck out there. Ugh. I'm going to have her retreat into Atlaro. I really want her to sight search, but there's a good chance she'll die from this, and she is an expensive investment. Red 2, you just wait there for a moment. Actually go to Godhome, just in case that is somewhere I want to build a fort in. But yeah, these guys are about to be a huge pain in my bum. They're just going to roam around and destroy things, but there's not much I can do about that. The Etin province is in your cap circle. It is in my cap circle. Girdas could take them out, but there's not much of a benefit to doing that right now. The province is really garbage. It doesn't give me any breakpoints on anything recruitment-wise, so why bother? Dennis says, hey, how's it going? Oh, I'm under attack. I'm under attack by a fairly frightening army who's just ravaging their way around, now into Sardinia. We're taking the fight to them by trying to trounce their province defense. This looks like a bit more than province defense. This looks like actual units. Well, let's go and see how we handle these 21 defense skill glamoured Fey horses. With this army, I'm thinking not well. At least we have quickness on our side. Our god is not going to die anytime soon. They come at me with maces. They don't get a charge attack, so they're not very killy, these guys, but they're very hard to kill. So they chew up my units for a long time while the rest of their army can do their thing. That's pretty bad for me. That'll harass me. So I need them dead, and I need them dead now. I didn't give Solid Snake his solid armor, and I feel foolish for that already. He's going to need that if he keeps entering combat this way. Fortunately, though, he did bless himself. Everybody should be blessed, right? I don't see anyone that's not, so I guess we're okay in that regard. Quickness goes a long way for keeping people alive. The extra attack skill means more repel checks. The extra defense skill means more dodging enemies. And they already have very impressive protection. Okay, good. We just ripped... Oh, they're women! Interesting. Well, in reality, it just means we're going to hear a lot more shrieking in battle than we normally do. I didn't realize it was lasses on the Fey horses, though. That does open some possibilities for seduction, but I don't think I've ever seen an AI attempt seduction. Alright, heavy champions will die, that's accepted, but as long as the Solid Snake and the Translucent Exemplars survive, we can deal some damage to our foe by killing... Yeah, this might have been reinforcements for his main attack stack, so probably glad I took them out. Also, 3 units retreated? That's not a good sign. It's not a good sign at all. And of all places, they went to England. Yeah. Do I continue to ruffle some feathers around here, or do I gather up the fallen from England? Probably not worth going back for just those guys. I should probably attack, attack, attack. Trounce them in Malacca. Similar problems over in Grunty Industries. Hey, I know. If I'm going to hurt these guys, I should hurt them where it hurts the most, the wallet. I'm going to ravage Hellkeep. And that lets me check if Hellkeep has recruitable woodland druids, which I do really want. Alright, the other fights. Godhome. This is the throne province. I'm interested in what the throne is, if it's worth spending a time claiming it. It almost certainly is. These guys are not on wait and attack, but they already got their bless off, so Godspeed them. Magics. They're bringing down beasts on me. They're sending weird green goo at me. What the heck's that green goo? Oh, they've got fairies. The fairies are doing elf shots. They completely knock you out by giving you 100 fatigue, and it landed on this guy right here. In fact, it landed multiple times. He's so fatigued out, he's just conked out on the ground. And yes, you can fatigue someone to death. And of course, it's magical damage, so we don't ignore it with ethereal. You also take critical damage if you are fatigued out like that, although I don't know exactly how much. Alright, so a very, very magical province. I'm assuming this is some kind of throne of magic. This guy is just... oh, he's dead to the world right now. Assuming he doesn't get nibbled to death by ants, he should be able to get back up. Pretty hard to kill even in that form, but he's taken something. They're even bringing the trees to life. This bush has been uprooted and awakened by magic and slowly walks forward on its roots and attacks the enemy of the caster. Loses agency without magical leadership. Sturdy, but bad at fighting. think my boss is trying that technique on me. Okay, because of all the halting that we have with these magical elf shots and bugs getting in the way, like literal bugs, big scorpions, red ants, very big red ants, 2/3 the size of a human. I don't know what I'd do if that size came walking along to me right now, but so suppose I would try and kill it rapidly. And this is the magical leadership right here. Jasandran, the Dreamwood Enchanter. Tell me more. You've also got the Wolf, Bandana Waddledee, Napoleon, Pac-Man, and then Grimmers. But they should retreat soon enough. We've been chewing our way through the army. They're clearly not getting anywhere. My units have good morale. Their units have only 10 morale. Please die. Also, please stop beating up my poor fatigued exemplar. They keep nibbling at him for poison damage, and that's taking... Oh yeah, we're all getting exhausted. Most of my units can't move anymore. Uh-oh. A few brave souls fight on, but this is a bad battle for me. Never had to deal with elves like this before. Okay, they're finally buggering off. But not before they killed the completely conked out guy over there. A few brave soldiers can actually still move despite the tiring effect of being shot by the elf bow. If you can recruit that, could you fatigue the whites to death? Ooh, good question. I don't know if that kind of magical thing affects the undead. We can check though. We can have a look at it. Oh good, we killed that thing. Lost an exemplar and 2 champions, but overall that was not very bad in the attrition considering there were 230 of them. Here's the elf shot. Armor negating, magic resistance negates, doesn't affect inanimates, but it does affect the undead. So yeah, the fatigue damage could take out my undead foes. Good range, good ammunition. Problem is... Oh, with 14 precision, they're very good at landing the shots. That explains why they kept hitting me. True sight, glamour... Very easy to kill, but I'm pretty sure you can't recruit sprites. Maybe you get them as summons. Nature summons, no doubt. Maybe glamour summons. If I remember correctly, undead don't care about fatigue. They generally don't generate fatigue, but I think you could still knock them out by giving it to them. Otherwise it would say something like undead negates on that. Solstheim, Melsey are breaking out. Okay, so we get to look at what Melsey's army looks like. Coral broadswords, you say? Poison granting, so I don't like getting hit by those. They also have meteoric glaives on the back of the bears. And it seems they've been wise enough to make a lot of those. Those meteoric glaives and their magical damage, meteoric tridents also being magical, is a big deal for me. This is not an army that I would fare very well against. The magical damage would pierce through, and it would be a bad time for me. Looks like they're going for that throne, though, and it looks like they're getting that throne. Yeah, so now you on my border is a bit of a problem. And you're probably going to see me as a bit of an aggressor on your border, so this is a lot of bad things coming together at once. This shouldn't be a bad thing, though. These guys should fall like crazy. You blitz through the lines like they're not even there. They try and blow dart me or sling me or whatever, but those slings, they ain't nothing against protection 20-something. I say that, but they took out a heavy champion. Yeah, not having the ethereal on the units does lead to attrition like that, so I'm looking forward to just making all of my crabs the ethereal ones. But we're very limited on how many we can recruit a turn. Currently it's only 5. 4 if I want to recruit a priest, and I often do. Alright, I want to cut you off entirely by taking the Gold Coast so you don't expand out of Bleak Inlet. There's Greater Denmark, Kandar, Bahia, Lindum, Balba Battlefield. So I can only assume that your capital, which will be called Death Inn, is around here. That's not a Woodhenge Druid. Jaguar Tribe Priests do not have the research level that I'm looking for. But they still have all the costs associated with them. That's a shame. What does it take to get a Woodhenge Druid? Give it to the Gold Coast. Alucard and Garrus. You've built up the temple here. I hate to say it, but you might just have to preach for now. Not a good use of your time, I know. But Liara Tassoni will clean up this nonsense, and we shall move on. Sardinia fell, we knew that much. They're either going to go to Atmora or they're going to go to my capital. Frankly, I'd prefer the capital. The capital should be able to hold against this army for at least a couple of turns. That gives me a turn to go bup, bang, and relieve the capital. Because it's mostly animals. Animals aren't very good at sieging. I don't think, at least. Anyway, we've got the Iron Throne. Produces 200 resources and gives me an Earth Astral Mage who's old as balls but good at researching. He's also agonizingly expensive. Is that worth it? Kind of need the research. Recruitment point 4 as well. Never usually a big fan of these guys. Wait, that wasn't the right guy. Upkeep 256 for 23. 256 for 23 or 112 for 10. That's quite proportional. I guess the benefit is I can put these guys outside of my capital. I guess the main thing I want right now is the Dominion spread, which I severely lack. So however you cut it, I think Pi has to claim the Throne of Ascension. VF Mikey could get a head start on claiming Atmora, but in case Sardinian troops are coming over there, I don't want to move. I still don't know if I want to commit to building a palisade here. I really want to know what's happening in Atmora. Generally, you want to defend your thrones because the AI loves to go for them. It's also a brilliant choke point. I guess there's nothing stopping putting a fort here also if I really want Woodhenge Druids, and we get Woodhenge Druids there. Lots to consider, but for now let's actually build a palisade and give this some reasonable province defense. Hey, mechanical Hoburg champions are part of our province defense. Cool, what's our home province defense? Oh god. We don't actually get the crabs on the province defense, we get the midgets. We have to go above and beyond to afford crabs. Damn, that's a bit of a shame. Alright, well knowing all this is happening, get us a temple, get us a palisade, get everything built up here. We need the infrastructure, even though we're currently under attack. So Jake is correct here. If using Elf Shot or Heat Auras could work on Cavern Wights, if you had something that could stand up to 17 attack and 40 damage glaives. Ah. A man can dream. Especially when he's sleeping to all that Elf Shot. Get over to Haven and then try and explore what's going on here. We almost know the whole map. Right, yeah, if I'd left Ada Wong to site search in Sardinia, she'd be dead now. So I'm going to have her go out this side and try and search over here. The airlock. Yeah, I want you to probably just build a fort on the airlock right now. Building a lot of forts, I hope I don't get interrupted. So I guess I'm going to spend quite a lot on province defense to dissuade such actions. We're working on that in Mount Fuji as well, so again, let's just invest heavily on province defense. I don't like doing that because the AI cuts through province defense like a hot knife through butter. But it does dissuade them a bit, at least in my experience. Warsangali is still a month away from being done. It's already got good province defense, which is excellent to hear. I'm going to want to recruit more mages, which means the likes of Watto are going to have to move on out to Warsangali. Yeah, build that and then mages can fill out the rest of the places from Warsangali. I'm also going to need to have some more priests, but hey, look at that, I can indie recruit priests, and I will do that because these priests are cheaper than my other priests and they don't eat into the cost of translucent exemplars. Which is a sad thing to have to consider, but I do have to consider it. Yes. There we go. Just line up more of these guys at the ready, because I will likely forget them otherwise. So we know about Pallet Town, we know about the north of stuff. Let's go and check out Pilot Wings Resort and check out next to High Rock. And I continue to be at the mercy of what Sardinia do. In the best case right now, they move over to Atmora, and then VF Mikey and Pi can combine their forces together. And their forces are not insignificant, and go and try and trash them. Try and trash them. They might fail. Like, they really might fail. We know there's 100 odd of them over there. It would be nice if I could send in reinforcements from you. Actually, there's nothing saying I can't. Witness. Alright. Here's the grand plan. I'm going to take Aldegras. I'm going to give them my last black steel. That means I'm going to have Pico make me a backup black steel. Very tempted to make a full plate to add a lot more defense to a vital unit like my Prophet. The map movement penalty is whatever. Encumbrance doesn't really matter either. Might not be a bad idea, actually. The thing is, he already wears quite nice armor. Yeah, he's the one in a metal scale curious with 20 protection. But imagine having even more than that. He is someone I don't want dead, but honestly, he shouldn't be dying anyway. Or he shouldn't be in a position where he's going to be dying. And if he is in that position, I don't think a full black plate will spare him. So let's not waste resources on that. Is black steel or nout for us? Right, so hopefully they go into Altmora, and I'm going to move Aldgirdas into Rio Grande do Sul. That way I have even more reinforcements. In fact, if he moves over to Altmora, what are the odds that he's trying to move into Godhome? Then I might just reinforce Godhome and tell him bring it. That seems reasonable. That seems very reasonable. It's also quite reasonable to want to take back Lubeck, but I want to kill Grunty Industries first. Yeah, because I want Hellkeep. Wait, if I want Hellkeep, take Lubeck and then take Hellkeep. Even better. I want this money back. Okay, let's go for it. It's always terrifying being under attack from the AI because they just have so many resources. At least with a human player, you can be fairly confident about what they're fielding. Uh-oh, why would I get a message from Ilthsus? Because they declare war upon my unholy nation. Maybe they were watching the stream and heard me talking about how I could strangle them out as well. However, we have claimed the Iron Throne. We get 2 more Dominion spread, 2 Ascension points, and we can recruit that Adept Order guy. And we have loads of resources available there, so it's a good recruitment area. And they did go to Almitha. Wait, we went to Almitha. Ah, crumbs, are counter-attacking. Anyway, get going my Speedy Gonzales units. It's good to know that against their rank and file, we perform admirably. But that's thanks to our elite sacreds, not due to the heavy champions. And the heavy champions are kind of diluting the amount of exemplars that I have nastily. Anyway, we take them out. We get attacked in Godhome. Didn't see that coming. But it's old men. Yes, here they come. Outfitted with various weapons, all kinds of armor, crested helmet, a shield, very notably, no body armor. You guys, however, you've got leather cap, linen cuirass. Linen cuirass? We're going to give these guys the clamps. Oh man, these guys are soft. Kind of the reason I wanted to play as them, honestly. Wait, since when do you have mechanical... Oh, we've got the province defense coming in as well. Absolute fodder. Alright, there we go. Good to know that that's what they're throwing at me right now. Long may they not bring in much worse than that. Right, battling in Gold Coast. This is us, still expanding, still hunting for Woodhenge Druids. They're coming at me in a t-shirt, nay pants. That's funny, because pants means trousers. Right, down they all go. No attrition as ever. Almithia, so they're counter-attacking me where I wanted to build that fort aeons ago. Nothing but province defense here, but interesting to see what they're bringing in. Those are wolves, but also shade beasts. Ethereal, but with a bite that is magical and cuts through my ethereal. Won't cut through my armor, though, not at 13. Those maces can at 21, though, especially they crack me on the head. I'm larger than them, though. If you're larger than the enemy, it's unlikely to score headshots. I don't know how the odds work on that. Are they routing? No way, no way. Come on, Rita Phillips. No, Rita Phillips is routing. Ah, that's a shame. I doubt she would have held out against those, but I don't blame her for running away. Well, I do. She lost the province for me. A bit more province defense, I might have had that. Zeth is giving me misfortune and magic. And Fiskin was discovered over in Solstheim. Ah, that's right. I actually parked on there to tell me about the throne. Has anybody else claimed the throne? Just me so far, and it was a good level 2 one at that. And there we go, finally, Warsong Galley is completed, and we have Solid Snake's brave heroism in resecuring Lubeck, earning him A mark of honor. What's the mark? Increased attack skill from his prowess. There are rare ones and common ones. That's a very common one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, dearie me. Right, so they are serious about this war. They've assembled quite the army, and they're on the rampage. They came to get down. Gonna turn my whole city into kind of a town. I have to pull back. I can't really afford to lose my units piecemeal. We need to combine and destroy them in one big fell swoop. That sadly gives them a lot of leeway to just ruin my day here, though. If I'm retreating anyway, go and pick up the units in England. Also reinforce England. Barbarians are really good. Yeah, they'll have a hard time dealing with that many barbarians. Not an impossible time, but a hard time. Go and pick up those units and... now this becomes a problem. I want to build a palisade here. But Ithsus want to attack me. And they want to attack me, but I want to attack them. Complicated. Are they going to go and attack Godhome? Are they going to go to Franconia? Are they going to go to Trebizond? It's hard to tell. This throne and the fact that I invested in a palisade is really pinning me down here. I don't want to lift my investment, because that's a lot of money I sunk. But it's a lot of army to pin down as well. The best case scenario is that everyone just attacks me here and I kill them all, but that's relying on the AI wanting to attack me. That's not a guaranteed outcome. That's interesting. You've actually got ethereal soldiers as your guards here. I want to give you a few crappy soldiers as bodyguards instead. Where do I have crappy ones? If it's a knife, it's crappy. Not a lot of crappy guys here. I guess that's a good sign. Hold an attack, hold an attack, hold an attack. Pi is a more inspirational commander for these guys, so it's better to be under Pi's command than Aldgarth's command. Alright, no, Aldgarth is in another province. Still better for you to be in command here, though. Take all those as bodyguards. Yeah, all the sacreds together for the front line hold and attack. Divine Blessing will take care of everything there. I'd actually like to split these guys up. Maybe I can. Yeah, see, the frontliners should be able to do a whole lot more than these guys. So, knowing that we have Divine Blessing here and there could be a big fight, have those guys go out way front. Divine Blessing will trigger them. No need to hold on the attack. Actually, maybe you guys hold an attack closest. Just in case someone comes around to flank us or something and keep you guys safe. And you guys just attack. Probably again attack closest. That means no attack rear order. Okay, different idea. You guys hold an attack closest. You guys go and attack rear. Do like so. Really wish I could do proper formations, but none of my commanders that I currently have can give formations. I'd have to recruit them specifically. And later on, when we have more of a concise army, I probably will. But for now, I can't afford that. Alright, well, here's hoping that we are still getting attacked. Clockwork soldiers, barbarians, Melites, lizard sword champions, trolls. Yeah, I actually just want them all to come to me so I can kill them dead and then go from there. Because currently they've got me in a bind, like a really bad bind. Warsangali needs a temple really badly. Warsangali also needs to be enhanced really badly. Palisades being built, you're preaching. Throne. Still want Miletus to be a throne. Andy is working on it. Can't make anyone else of particular use. I guess I could start cranking out rank and file, but are they really going to help? Are they going to help as much as my mosquito friends is perhaps the better question. Yeah. Mosquitoes. That's the way forward. Map move of 26. I really wish I had some kind of flying commander to move them around with. Currently I don't have anyone that can move particularly fast and lead units. I could give somebody a nice pair of boots, but that needs nature access. I wonder if I could recruit any flyers that can lead these guys. They're not even magical beings. The mounts are, but I don't think that matters. Interesting. Okay, we're going to start the recruitment of our Hallberg champions here. Got to start somewhere. Alright, here is Emut and Zishdod. Battling for Emut's life. Yeah, it looks a lot better for Zishdod than Emut, but now they've crossed me. And that can't be good news for them. We already know about Pallet Town, but tell me about High Rock, please. It's going to be a bit of a difficult thing to get there. You know about Harlem, just continue to wait in Harlem, please. Just hide and wait. Pilot Wings Resort. Actually, you can get over to High Rock. That means that Jeff Moreau doesn't need to go there. Jeff Moreau can go to Quebec and tell me about the frontline situation on Emut, please. Modesty, you wait in Socotra. Tell me exactly what goes down there, please. And yeah, you guys kind of have to wait. Might mean you have to preach a bit. There's a little bit of unrest, but it's not worth patrolling for. Does that mean we invest in this province? Yeah. Worst case scenario is that neither of them attack, and that means they're just waiting us out. Whilst I very slowly build this palisade. Once the palisade is up, I can move around a bit better, because then they got to siege it down before we move on. But that gives Zishdod way too much freedom in attacking me. I hate it. My army is too spread out. It's hard to bring it together in a good way. But I'm trying. It would even be better for me if they just tried to take my capital, because then I can have Mr. Fontaine auto-bless my units and take them out on the front lines. But that's not what's going down. Sizzle Bay is here. Sizzle Bay can lead the fight in your own special way. Have them guard you. You give the usual order. It's not much of an army at all, and it looks even worse when you don't have your protection. At this point, Zaid, could you just permanently forge me these black steel plates? At 17 protection, it's some very valuable stuff to give to my combat priests. You are the Roman Empire dealing with a barbarian uprising in all directions. Yeah, well, I'm going to have to figure out how to deal with it. I can't just acknowledge it's happening and it all goes away. Ada Wong can now start site searching. The sooner I get some earth income, the better. Blood, glamour, water is, whatever. I don't have good uses for them currently. But in time I likely will. Gold Coast, very notably, does not have the mage I was looking for. It does notably have this. A death mage with research 7 at cost 72 is good. That is good enough for me to actually want to build a fort on the Gold Coast just to recruit you there, the Bone Reader. The Bone Reader has inept research 4, but they still have a good enough research ability. It's got magic 1, that's part of it. But they're also going to get a +2 because they have a 100% chance of another access path here. And death is nice to have, wind is nice to have. Good for site searching as well. Cannibalistic feasts, you say? Fortune teller, preventing bad effects. Yeah, I want bone readers. I really want bone readers. But to get them, I need a lab and temple. And that's going to necessitate having a fort here as well. Am I willing to do that? Not currently, but let's make a mental note that once things cool off a bit, if indeed anything can cool off around here. Actually, that's a good thing for Fatality to do. Fatality will come here and build a fortification. It'll take a bit of time, but I want that. I want that quite a bit. Sizzle Bay, I know it sucks to wait and do nothing, but it's all you have to do right now. Why bother putting on pants when there isn't any chance anyway? Might as well speed up the process. Put down the tarp armor. We got a bit better than tarp armor, though. Oh boy. Milse is also declaring war upon us. And they just got their new prophet, Muthulan, the Paramount Tutor. So I am certainly being attacked by 3 different nations right now. I'm only really counterattacking one of them. Life is bad, because like I said, they have a lot more resources to kill me than I have to kill them with. Franconia, tell me what's going on. Well, not unexpected, but they're cycling back and they're not taking the fight to me. That's a shame, I wanted that fight. Battle in Quantum Golf. We just retreated to England and I noticed a fight in England, so I'm very surprised if we don't kill here. Why am I hearing women die again? The Nightmare Riders are ladies, huh? The maidens riding nightmares, using their own life force to keep the abominations together. Has love of horses gone too far? Skilled rider, increased morale and defense skill of the mount. Interesting, but they still die. Yeah, that's nightmare with rider, that's nightmare without. Very blurry images at times. Well, there we go. That's the stuff. Liara Tassoni gets her preaching underway to dispel the nightmares. Again, we have our heavy champions running away. That's not good. The Sacreds fight on, and that is good. But the idea that I have people actually retreating from combat, it's bad in a sign that the combat isn't going so well, and it's very bad in a sign that I have to pick these people up manually. Hopefully they're still in the province. They are not. One of them is in Wardenfall, 3 of them are in Gold Coast, 1 of them is in 2 of them are in Canton. Huh, that's a bad sign that my rank and file are really bad in combat. For running away, that is. They're just bad in general, actually. The heavy champions. To be fair, the heavy champions are the cheapest unit. Maybe I should reconsider recruiting them. I got 23 protection, thanks to having the metal scale armor, which is good. Can I do better than that? It's those low-level skills that are doing me in, I think. They're all bad, though. The champion's got the armor-piercing glaive and the armor-piercing pincer and the metal glaive. Slightly worse protection. Better morale, though. 15 to 14. Attack skill goes up. Defense skill goes up. Maybe I should be getting myself these guys instead. But they're 48 upkeep at 60 up front. That's very expensive. Maybe we get the mechanical mosquitoes instead. Even worse morale, actually. Much better defense skill, though. Pretty cool for assassinating back row. 33, 32. Yeah, so they're more expensive in a lot of ways. I guess we just make do with the fact that we have rank and file who like to run away. I'm not happy with that, but I don't think I get much of a say in that matter. No say allowed. Hang on. Why are you the bodyguards? That'll have to do. Oh, it's so slow to actually build up an army here. Yeah, so now they're in Franconia. They're probably going to go north, but I am deeply concerned about what they're up to here. That's 2 sizable armies that I don't have much of an answer to. I still have to wait for my palisades to be done. If I move out of here, either of these armies could come and take Godhome. So they have got me very well pinned down. Very well indeed. How are we going to do this? Aldgiras has done their job of bringing units over, so I think Aldgiras is going to give you the crappy units. Going to give Pi the good units. Actually, Pi should have all the units. Since we've seen how easily these guys like to rout, they should all be under Pi's command. VF Mikey should still be there for moral support, but here's what's going to happen. I'm going to move that black steel plate over to Pi, and then Pi is going to enjoy 23 protection instead of 20 protection. Not a huge boost, but Pi's life is very important, so enjoy it. Red 2, I would like you to return that to Mikey. And Aldgiras, you'd be as well given over those extra units as well. They're not going to serve you any great purpose. And you get back home, please. We already have a temple. We already have our dominion here. That's okay. You 2 keep preaching. Red 2 keeps doing nothing. You're meant to construct that fort, please. Sizzlebay is here without much of an army to speak of. Ada Wong, did you search and find nothing? Oh, we didn't even see everything, did we? No, you actually found the Well of White Water. So Ada Wong for you. And that's that water path, finding us the water site. Go up and find more for me, although this is now very much Danger Town, courtesy of Mailsay wanting to attack me. Ugh, they're going to go and crush these people that hang around in Wardenfell. I guess I just have to deal with that. There's very little point in building up province defense. This army would smash through anything. Might be a swift retreat from these provinces, and I just have to cut my losses. At least if he wants to go further, he either has to go through Benefic, my fort, or nothing else. Although if he goes this far, he's going to be tickling into my cap circle, and that is not okay. But what is okay in this situation? Nothing's okay. Well, that's what happens when you put down all these AIs that are itching for a fight. Go and check out the Isle of Hags. I don't think Gomdor is a safe place to go. That way you can go in the water and go around it. Gomdor has a lot of units there, so a lot of people that are going to catch them. And you let it catch you? Ludwig, we need a temple here stat. Liara Tassoni. I have a lot of things I want and need, but what is most important? Probably for you to join up with Metal Snake. Or Solid Snake, rather. Solid Snake notably having no bodyguards. Please fix that. That is a terrifying Zishtod army. What are they doing? What are they attempting? Are they chasing me down? I still need another turn for Andy to finish his fortification, but it should be done shortly. Get over there. Just in case they're going England Miletus, I want to be able to have that fortification before nasty things happen. It's pretty bad. Really bad situation. Palisade here is 2 months away. Lieutenant Surge is here. He could preach, but I really need more infrastructure built up. So, Aris Dome? Yeah, anywhere to build more temples. More temples means more of my translucent warriors. And the temples need to be placed in safe places. Crash, keep an eye on High Rock. We'll see if anybody goes for that. Rocket Racer shows me that Ilthus are also going on the brink with Death in. There's the Oberdeen as well, and there's the Baltic Sea. Tell you what, go over to Brazil, keep an eye on the situation, and tell me if anyone attacks into Brazil, please. Northrex is here to say hello, Jake. Well, welcome. Welcome to Awkward Times. This is what I get for not being more aggressive towards Zishtod. I think worst case scenario is that Death in also declares war upon me, then it's just war on all fronts. But sometimes you gotta get through days like this. And as long as we don't lose our armies, or our leggies, we should be okay. It's almost tempting to add even more province defense here, but the cost is astronomical and the payoff minimal. But I want a fort here because these Wolf Tribe archers are going to be rubbish in a fight. Have you done anything in the underground? Not a thing. The terrifying truth is that if we go underground, 1, I'm splitting up my army too much. 2, I'm quite certain that Tula is underground, and Tula fights like a man possessed underground. Dark Power 4. Well, you saw Dark Power 4 in action when we played underground ourselves. Who did we play as in that one? I think we had back row blenders, which were Abyssian devils with wings. And yeah, Dark Power 4 is immense, and you're king of the undergrounds with that. So unless I have Glamour to light up the underground... No, Glamour causes darkness. How do you light up a dark province? Does Glamour have such a thing? That sounds like an alteration or evocation, or maybe even an enchantment. Got Nightfall and Twilight. This doesn't look like things that lighten things up. Some units, mostly gods, have the ability to count as a local sun. I think there's one god that does that, and he is the floating sun. But I can't think of... There must be a spell that illuminates a dark area. Get rid of that darkness. But I don't know what. Probably be a fairly high up thing, much like darkness is. Aurora Borealis! The night skies have dancing curtains of otherworldly lights. People get stunned by it. Well, that's not lighting it up, but that is interesting. I don't know. I'd have to look into that. And currently I'm not at liberty to do that. Did we check everything here? Not even sure I checked these fights, right? Ooh, well this is interesting. Right, I guess I didn't check the fights, otherwise I would have noticed that. So first off, they go into Franconia, they clear that, no problem. We cleared Quantum Gulf, no problem, but England is interesting. Zishtod attempted to attack us in England. This is where I shoved down all those barbarians and I said, barbarians will be hard for them to chew through. Let's see just how true we are. Smashy smashy. Oh yeah, cut them down. Barbarians do not have great morale. That's surprisingly good though. Friendly Dominion, squad bonus, home province. Okay, 13 morale barbarians are quite terrifying. These guys wear plate cuirasses and iron caps. Crunch. It's just like cracking open a tinner for a barbarian. You want to counter barbarians? Scare them or shower them in missiles. Even slings will do because they only wear leather armor. And that means their head is completely exposed with no protection as well. Alright, good job England. You kept them off. Although that was only a small detachment of a considerably larger army. Sanctuary. Link, send help. The soldiers are coming to Sanctuary. What in the world are we looking at? Oh, the freaks are here. Hey, look at that. Oh, man. No description available. They're simply too freakish. A tentacle leg, weird bronzed arms. God knows what's happening with the face. The priests seem to have some kind of alien head? What even is that meant to be? We're not getting banned on Twitch today yet, are we? They got some actual lizards here. These poor things are just wandering around going, please kill me. It's an ant with a sting and sleep touch, but it's a human-sized ant. Armor negating weak poison that's not going to get through, although that cursed sleep touch is interesting. Magic resistance negates, but it does 31 fatigue damage, and then does even more fatigue damage against gods and sacred units. What is this Hebrew magic? We'll see how they perform. Well, they've brought in an Avenging Heralder. I think this was one incredible unit that kind of made the nation. Maybe I'm thinking of another one. There was a nation we looked at that had an incredible horse that was the nation-defining unit. This guy's holding on. What's your one hit point face? That's this guy's. Breaking on through and breaking on impact. Okay. A hard-fought win, but a win nonetheless. Wait a second, that was death in fighting Gomder. That's excellent news. That means Death in and Gomder are both busy with each other and surely won't be busy with me. How about Alexandria? Firestorm will reduce darkness by lighting everything on fire. Is that a real thing? Indie lizard freaks are kind of cool. They take the bless, as I recall. Yeah, there we go. Sacred Jade Maidens on Sacred Jade Lizards. These things with quickness blood surge is a consideration. Good defense, not very good protection. Size 4 is a little awkward. But I suppose it's not more awkward than my size 5 crabs. The issue, I suppose, is 10 hit points. 10 hit points dies to a sneeze. But they will have mental defense. Ignoring the 2 harassed penalty, that's 18 defense, 19, 20 with quickness, 21 with blood surge. That's hard to hit. It's really hard to hit. But there are ways to hit something that ignore such paltry concerns. Good to see the old men performing admirably. As we know, old Roman men team up with glorious lizard sword champions. I like these guys a lot. One around with pretty damn good protection and a great sword dealing good damage. Their skills are low, but this is offset just by having them fight a lot and gain experience. 10-10 goes up 11-11. Every little helps. Right, Lubeck. Yeah, of course they reclaim Lubeck with a big-ass army. It's quite terrifying. These guys are just running rampant in my land, and there are 2 armies of this size, possibly with more arriving. Yeah. Safe Shallows gives me unrest and magic. Hyrule gives me unrest and magic. And now Liara Tassoni. Her unequaled obesity is the stuff of legends. Gives her more hit points. Oh, nice. It'll take a turn for those to fill up. She actually needs to eat. But eat she shall. Alright, so what do we make of this retreat? I wonder if Solid Snake could actually hold out in England against this. I gave them all those barbarians. I think it might actually be worth Solid Snake holding in England for now. It's not a huge army. It's anything but a huge army. Go there. That way you're on the flank, because I want those blenders hitting the front line as fast as possible. But I still need them to hold to get the bless. Get the bless and charge in. Maybe even attack rear. See if that can rout the enemy. Beware of attack rear attacks. Maybe some of the knights in Lubeck were set for this. Huh? My commanders are pretty well armoured, and I give them bodyguards to protect from attack rear orders. It's unlikely they get attacked by something so strong that can destroy that before reinforcements come in. Lochel doesn't have any remarkable province defense, but it's tempting to take Sizzle Bay and try and defend Lochel. If you move into Sardinia, well, that's just my loss, but I need to put up some kind of defense. The problem is if you lose and then they march on the capital, I have nothing to defend the capital with. Unlike the AI, I cannot recruit whilst under siege. If I lose Lochel, how bad is that really? Pretty bad. I could just go Lochel, Estonia, kill Ada Wong. Then life is bad. Also, they tear down... No, they don't tear that down. Okay, that's not a big problem then. It does bisect my land a bit, but... times are always going to be a bit bad, right? Jeez, man, I hate being raided. What is this? This late summer year 1, turn 17. Maybe I should have erected some forts faster, but I didn't have the money and I needed an army. Well, I think I just have to hold here and hold here. If they do charge in this way, what are they going to do? Lochel... If they go to Lochel, I need to reinforce Miletus, so you're pulling back from England. And that might mean that England just gets taken. But I need to hold Miletus until the fort is operational. And then we need to spill out. Also, I need this palisade completed so I can march on. I could take the fight to you in Granada, but probably you're going to do Pittsburgh-Trebizond. That's a lot of a land grab from you, and it hurts me considerably. My poor income has dropped. But yeah, this is the best we can do, even though it's not much. Maybe Ada Wong should not be going to Estonia. But if that fails, they can go over to Miletus. It's not a big deal. Whew. And of course, I don't have any good magic research to aid me in these battles. They did go for Lochel, and they went for England. A rare double attack from the AI. Hopefully that means they split their forces. I didn't see any point in reinforcing Lochel. It was just crappy province defense. It was going to die. What the hell is that? Malaise is attacking me with a 3-headed dragon capable of breathing armor-piercing Drake fire? Of sizable damage. Whew. Please tell me you don't use that in melee. This weapon is sometimes used in melee instead of one other attack. Ah. Well, thankfully you've already shanked the thing pretty hard, but what the hell was this ever going to be? They're also charging at me with more of those acidic paladins. Blurred. You got True Sight and Blur. What does Blur do? -2 penalty to attack skill when attacking this unit. Ooh, well. That's a pretty good bless. It's modest, but pretty good. Blur, MR, hit points, and True Sight. True Sight just goes through Glamour, but Glamour is one of my magical paths, so yeah. Right, I have to hope that Armadil Rohan can deal with the dragon, which he might be able to if he doesn't get, you know, cast on fire. Oh, well, there we go. That kills a dragon dead. Now, what do you think about that? Scumbag bear riders, time to die. Okay, now that was a mere fraction of Melsay's power. Feels more like a warning shot than anything else. Ooh, would you look at that? They get priest level 3 out the gate. Bug Shaft. Get out of here, Bug Shaft. Yes, we are all random nations, Blackburn, every last one of us. How did England hold up? We reinforced England and we tried to be clever about it. So the main core right here are our barbarians and we are flanking. Thought I saw a poisonous frog there, but it's a rock. We should be faster than the barbarians when we get our quickness underway, but this is just such a small detachment. They have such a large detachment that's charging in immediately, sire. I would stay inside and hide. No, please bless the units, not yourself. We need that quickness, bless. Okay, you've still missed some of them, I think. Looks like you hit all of them now. Well, that one needs a bit more, but I'm sure you'll get on it. Blessing is important. They are much, much better with the blessings. It's hard to tell the color here. It's pink versus slightly darker pink. I reckon my barbarians win in this engagement, even though they're getting shot by lots of archers. And I should be able to win this engagement if I can just tear through these goddamn fays. Ridiculous defense skill. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And then we have to harass them and they've got their shield penalty, but then you might just be hitting one of their false images. Also, leadership of the provincial defense is getting eaten by Leogryphs. Oh, it's not a good day to be us. Please don't break. And that is something barbarians are very good at doing, breaking. Oh, this one's diseased and has 1 hit point left, so go down swinging and take down those Ashodan Light Mace champions. For England, my barbarian friends. Good, they're right into the archers. Start slashing them down. Those archers just wear leather, they know it and they run away, and then the plate armored ones, who are admittedly about 8 foot tall, chop them down. Okay, that was good. And I put a lot of that down to me using my crabs on the flank instead of in the core. In the core, they wouldn't have been front-lining enough, so they were able to take the cavalry charge. It's such a fun game of wit and tactics, even against the AI here. The AI isn't clever enough. They don't think, oh, I'm going to do a charge rear with my Fey horses. It just so happens they accidented their way into doing a half-decent charge. But I, using my colossal brain, started my AGI moment and counted them hard. And for that, we walked away with no casualties. And they walked away with all the casualties. So that is nice. Killing those herdmen is important. Sadly, too many of them survived. Because these guys, oh my god, that's broken. Add experience to that, and these things are untouchable. Even the Fey horses are hard to hit because they also have glamour. Yeah. Oh well, I'm going to watch that again. I was so happy with the outcome. It's not a big battle, not by Dominion standards, but at this point I need these victories. If I get cleaved apart, the more of my detachments like this I lose, the worse. I invested a lot of money into these barbarians. But yeah, flanking maneuver with the Leogryphs and the horses. The little mechanical Habsburgs are too few in number to do anything against an army like this. In fact, do they even have their riders? Yeah, they do. They just die rapidly. Kind of a shame. Oh well, them's their breaks. So yeah, I reckon they were on an attack rear order to take out the commander, but we were also on the rear, so they came for us. And unlike these barbarians, my shelled crustaceans can actually stand up to these Leogryphs. That's a lot of hit points and a bit of inherent protection. They could stand up to a few barbarian strikes. But my crabs, they can handle a lot. Even my commander crabs. Oh yeah, these guys aren't even quickened, but they're doing it. No barding on the Fey horses does leave them quite vulnerable, especially to archer fire, if you can hit them. Also, we don't do archer stuff. Maybe their archers can kill some of their units for us. Anyway, good job England. Lochel will not share a similarly glorious fate. Although it was a small attack in Lochel, if I had reinforced Lochel, it might have held out. I just thought that any investment would have been lost. And there's no way to know which way the AI is going to be going with those kinds of attacks. Right, we did get attacked in Godhome. I was ready for this. The question is, am I ready enough? They're bringing in the Leogryphs, they're bringing in the Horned Serpents to do some reaping. You could even call them Horned Reapers. They've got even more of the exceptionally blurry Fair Rangers, but these are the sacred ones. They come riding with battle axes. They have negative death power, meaning they're stronger in lands of growth. I did not give myself growth. I don't think I did, anyway. What they lack in defense skill from the other guys, though, they gained from that Bless. I've forgotten what Bless they are. Maybe we never learned it. What do we have? Well, I didn't do clever things with staggering my armies on flanks here, but I was quite confident that our massive army of Exemplars under Divine Bless should be able to take care of that. Divine Bless blesses all of your units at once, regardless where they are on the map. There's that Archer Fire that my Provincial Defense are doing a pretty bad job of. And now my Exemplars kind of have to come in on the flanks. They're forced to. Oh man, those Leogryphs are chewing me down. That's actually really bad. That could cause a morale rout due to hit point loss. I like to think that my 20 morale Translucent Exemplars will not fall for such dastardly tricks. And my Prophet should have, yeah, 30 morale. Pi will not rout, except under exceptional circumstances. Ha ha ha, they're actually, I don't know who is doing this. They must have a Nature Mage or something that's casting netting on me. You got a Nature Mage on you? Mercury the War Mistress? No. Oh, but what's your Bless? Waste Survival Reanimator. Oh. Right, so sending chaff against these guys is bad because half of them are going to rise up as soulless that will then fight for them. And of course they got undead leadership to go with that. Wait, excuse me? You're a Reanimator Priest? No, that's just Reanimator. Different. Same but different. Eddie Kearns is here, Neefington is there. Why is my scout here? Please don't die, you're meant to be constructing a fortification. This is the source of my netting woes. It's the Sunaj. As ever, Sunaj getting my way as a wolf tribe mage there. Alright, our crabby ways are cleaving through here, so this is excellent. This is the fight that I was looking for. Them in a straight head-to-head battle with me, and naturally me killing them. Because my guys, once they are blessed and fully operational, and of course experienced, are so freaking good. This guy's got battle fright and he still has 19 morale. We're on a rampage. We came to get down. What about the snakes? The snake's attack skill is 15. That's pretty good, but 11, even though it's pierce damage, is unlikely to get through. It's benign, so we ignore 3/4 of them. And then 11 damage has to get through 22. Actually, it's more like 19 protection because of piercing. But anyway, they go down. If they do bite and pierce through, though, the target is almost certainly dead. 15 strong poison. Survivable, but you don't want to take it. A human would die to that, let's put it that way. And crabs are more than twice as good as a human. Alright, so the province defense more or less entirely routed. Aside from a few midgets who were actively routing. But otherwise, that was a great fight for Godhome. Utterly dispatched them, we took no casualties. Provincial defense casualties don't count, they come back at the end of each turn. But look at that, enormous destruction of Zishdod. We should consider a counterattack. That's not an insignificant amount to lose. That said, the costs aren't very high. How did they get Leogryphs and Horned Serpents? They must have Nature Mages doing summons, but I think the AI gets more gems as well. Alright, what's going on in Canton? We are continuing to be attacked by Milsey. I have this land written off, but given the small detachments that he's fighting with, maybe I should invest in some province defense. Wait, why is there an Exemplar there? He almost held as well, huh? You guys must have retreated in a previous fight. That's a shame. Any one of these guys I lose is a pretty big blow to me. Right, Rio Grande do Sul is diseased. Aquas gives me glamour gems. Trebizond has misfortune. And the Palisades of Miletus are completed. Very good. Very, very good. Whew, God, the pressure is on here. They're really slicing through. Right, I am going to invest heavily in the provincial defense of Shadow Ranch. They can go around it into the RCPD, and you know what? I'm going to invest in that as well. I don't want them getting a free meal off of me. I've already afforded a free meal over to Zishdod. We're actually going to defend this side. Wardenfall, Quantum Golf... Wait, what? What are you guys again? Hey, you're pretty good. Amazons. Nightmare Riders are not that great, but they are sacred. If only I could send a priest in there to bless them. Don't really want to waste a priest on that, but it might be worth it for the defense. Yeah, I'm putting up a defense here. No more free meals for these fools. They can have Wardenfall. That place is garbage, but they can't have the rest of this. And I really, really want Gold Coast. What are you defended by? Bone Tribe Hunters and Bone Tribe Beasts. They go berserk with +3. Protection is bad, but they hit really hard. Especially you. Well, what is money if you don't invest it like this? What's the second commander on the Amazonian Provincial Defense? That is the Onyx Priestess. Would you look at that? She is a double priest, so she can actually bless our nightmares. And that'd be amazing. Nightmares with quickness, blood surge. The experience won't matter. Province defense don't get experience, but still, good province for province defense. Meaning all the more reason not to put down a fort. However, if I did fort it... Hang on. Why am I even thinking about Gold Coast when I have this here in Quantum Golf? Death, Earth, 10% random magic. Not sacred, that's the problem actually. If they're sacred, you only pay half upkeep, and a big consideration for making mages is the cost to research ratio. You're cheaper up front, but that upkeep is significant. 116 versus 72. That's about 50% extra. 8 research versus 9 research. I don't think it's worth it. Better to build up the Gold Coast and have them. Although, yeah, probably better to have both, right? Could get a 2 death out of here. Rare, but could happen. 2 death isn't very good. Death is difficult to boost. Alright, as expected, Ada Wong is in hot water here. Estonia is not a place I'm going to reinforce because it has freaking slingers as province defense. Province defense doesn't get much worse than that. You're going to have to run away, I'm afraid. What about Solid Snake and Ingerland? I want you to take Lockerbie. It's a problem if they go to Estonia. Then I have to chase them down, and chasing down the AI is a royal pain. But Sizzlebay can now actually command something of an army. And that army could go on the rampage. Especially now that we've cleared this. Oh my god, Canada so want me dead. You guys need to be repositioned. Yeah, we got to do what we did before, have a flank. You have Divine Blessing, so you don't need to hold an attack. You go in an attack rear option. I actually think you could pull that off. Which actually means that you guys could hold back a bit. Yeah, the Sacreds going in with a Divine Blessing can do wondrous things. But beyond this, I really need to take this land back. Ugh, I need more units. I guess that's what Sizzlebay is moving out for. Sardinia, Altmar, Franconia, just get this back. And then Solid Snake has had no reinforcements whatsoever. Maybe I should consider building up some actual units in Miletus. Get that on repeat recruitment, please. Andy, turn that into a better fort. Yeah, Ada Wong, you should go back to somewhere that's safer. At least I have this, which is relatively safe. Palisades being built up. Pretty good. Pretty damn good. Rocket Racist, I want you to wait around in Brazil. Kamari Ronso is in the fray now. I think I have to stop recruiting the Sacred Commanders. I need every holy point I can put into Translucent Exemplars right now, which means we are going to be focusing on, you know, actually having an inspirational +1 commander for some of these guys is going to be very good as well when the fights get bigger and badder. Marsh Champion can handle it, and then you can be flanked by my priest. Yeah, we're no longer splitting up into small forces, and I need that extra morale. Let's have a Marsh Commander at the ready. And then beyond that, we're going to be making... well, yeah, I really want more of these guys. They're old as balls, but someday I want them to go out and site search for me. I guess maybe wait until we're not actively under siege. Why does it feel like my games always go like this? Things are like, la-di-da, I'm a bit pinned in. Why are all these AIs here? Oh god, I'm under horrific attack and it's fighting for my very life. Why do I never have a game where I'm just like, I get up, I establish my perimeter, and then I fight the enemies at my leisure? You can do that, but you need to use diplomacy, and diplomacy is overpowered. For example, I could have gotten a non-aggression pact early with Zishdod and Tula and the other guy, and then just murdered Melce. But much like in most games, especially with other players, diplomacy is how you win. It's not how good you are most of the time, unless you're good at diplomacy. Right, who still needs more commands? Denal, you've told me about Tiny Huge. Go into Tiny Huge and then emerge bleary-eyed somewhere else. Liara to Sony. Pick up these units, please. Oh, you've got a spare translucent individual. Bring them in as well. At this point, we need the army, and you are the army. Aris Dome is connected to Pizza Tower, but it's unlikely to ever be something that one can crawl through. Big up its provincial defense and build a temple. How many temples will we be at, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we might soon be able to start recruiting another exemplar each turn, which is a big deal. And Don Paolo, I want you over in the... I want you in Miletus and also at the airlock. Watto, I need a laboratory over there, please. Liara to Sony hanging out in Warsong Gali. Yeah, can you get over to Miletus? You can't get over to Estonia, but maybe Old Forest. If they do move in... here's the thing, there's not a lot in Lochel. I have an idea. I'm going to reinforce Sen's Fortress. And Liara to Sony is going to Old Forest. That way, if you do move into Estonia, you have no choice but to go to Sen's Fortress, where you die to Provincial Defense, north where you die to Liara to Sony, wait there and die, or retreat to Lochel, where Solid Snake will be waiting for you. So we're going to surround and crush this. I'm going to trust that my barbarians can hold up to anything that's thrown at them here. Not a guarantee. And we're going to sweep. So we will get back what was taken, and then I actually suspect we're going to push into Zishdod and kill them. That, of course, leaves us with problems with Melce. Which means I do need an army at the ready for them. Okay, we can do this, though. We can check the diplomacy, by the way, right here. Tandy, Conrad Blaird, and the High Praetor all consider themselves at war with me. Whilst Bandana Waldi, the Alien Archon, and Freiheit Scampler are merely apprehensive and probably just waiting for an opportunity to attack. Whew. Who else needs commands? Ludwig, you've already built up the temple there. I don't want you to preach further. I just need more. Yeah, I need more. Go and build a temple over at Arrakis, please. I know it's out in the open, but it should be pinned down by a couple of forts. And usually the AI are drawn towards fortifications like moths. Notably, they're not going for Atlaro, but more fool them. And Jeff Monroe, I want you to wait in Quebec. You're probably going to be found and killed, but I really want to know if Emot and Zishdod kill each other. Part of the reason I want to fight Zishdod is if I do win, Emot is waiting there and is a very soft target. If I can unite this realm under my control, I'd have a very strong position, because I could just put down a fort on Pilot Wings Resort, Seto Inland Sea, and then we have this place in the bag, and from that we'll have a big power base to destroy even the most difficult of foes. But I'm phrasing it like this because I think I'm going to call it here for today. This is clearly going to be a long game, and I don't want to play until I'm absolutely exhausted today. I was absolutely exhausted yesterday after DDR, Spire, and Satisfactory. I might be back this evening, I might not. If I am, it'll be with something shorter, like some Satisfactory or a wild card, if you will. But I'm going to call it there for today in anticipation of a long and, dare I say, interesting game. So let's save it there. I'm very happy with how this is turning out, by the way. Looking forward to playing as the other nations that we're fighting against too. But until I am back, it's a cheerio.